You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFLNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. 3 down, 2 to go. What a barnstorming Division 2 grand final we had yesterday, and what promises this afternoon Division 1 style. Welcome to Pink's Reserve for the culmination of the Division 1 season. It's Park Orchards taking on South Belgrave in this 2025 grand final. My name is Wayne Brasher and I'm your host this afternoon for pre-match, and what a pre-match that we have with us this afternoon. And and before we, without any further ado, I'm going to introduce the panel joining me for the broadcast in pre-match. Good afternoon to you, Ray Baird.
Good afternoon, Brash. Absolutely great to be out here at the Division 1 Grand Final. As you said, Brash, 3 Grand Finals down, and what great Grand Finals they've been, and this one's not going to be any lesser.
Match by the league, you've seen all 3 Grand Finals so far. Yesterday was one for the ages. Are we going to see another one today?
Potentially, Brash. Good afternoon to you, Ray, and all the viewers and listeners. Great to be here. I think we're in for a big clash here this afternoon. I think this one might be as exciting as what we saw yesterday transpire, and if it is, well, we're in for one hell of a ride. So really looking forward to what's on offer this afternoon. A team that's searching for that, that promotion. South Belgrave, they've been the bench setter all year, and Park Orchards, after the disappointment of last year, they can turn their fortunes around and regain promotion to Premier. So there's so much on the line this afternoon.
Yeah, and it's going to be a wonderful game this afternoon. And joining us on pre-match for Park Orchards, it's the assistant coach, Leo Carrick. Good afternoon, Leo. Welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks for introducing me. Looking forward to be here.
Leo, it's been an interesting 12 months since the grand final last year. It's always hard mentally when you come back to start pre-season. And you're thinking, and the players are thinking, oh, we've got to go through all this again. How has the playing group reacted to last year's loss, and how have they tackled season 2025?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. It's a tough one. I think we just remember the hurt that we felt on that day. Obviously, conditions were tough. Mitcham were the quality side that day, and we sort of regroup, and that hunger's still there to want to win. And we've put a mountain of work in the pre-season during the year, picked up some recruits, and we've been able to get ourselves in another position to hopefully go one step further.
One of the things that I've noticed with Park Orchards is their ability to maintain very high scoring rates throughout their seasons in Division 1. This year have been averaging nearly 100 points a game, 97 points. Now that doesn't happen for a reason, because you've got quality players across all the lines that help produce that sort of score. What have been the driving factors behind that? Is it a lot of players wanting to get involved and provide more avenues to go forward for the forward 50?
Essentially for us, it's a role-based team. So all 22 players play a role, and we'll have different people have kicking goals on any different day. But as long as we play our role on the day, who benefits from it? Lewis Downey, Kane Keppel, a couple of Prozenak, obviously. So it just depends who we're matching up against, and we can share the love, I guess, on the day. So.
Well, yeah, great to chat to you on Grand Final Day, and all the best for this afternoon's contest. Let's get inside the camp and what's going on around the team at the moment and how things are looking. What are the key messages that you're going to identify today that's going to get you that premiership success?
Yeah, I don't want to give away too much, but...
Well, in terms of what are the key messages you think that the key elements to the game? What are the key factors?
Definitely starting well. I know it's a generic one, but that intensity in the game for a grand final, it's obviously heightened. So getting a good start, using the win when we have it, is going to be crucial today, I think.
It's going to be a different sort of a game too, because a couple of weeks ago you played at Eastland, so the dynamic of the ground, got to get used to it out at this ground in Kilsyth. The wind's going to be blustery across the ground, and you're going to have to use the ball carefully with and against the breeze. How do you think you're going to be able to do that and cope with that throughout the course of the afternoon?
Yeah, we'll just monitor it as the game goes on. Essentially, with the win, we've got to be brave and dare to win and not go in our shells. And I think the team that does that today is going to get on top.
Well, you didn't. You certainly did everything possible on second semi-final day. The one thing that really impressed me about your performance on that game, and you've got to be able to replicate it today, is to limit the ball use of South Belgrave on the inside of the ground. If you can get the ball onto the outside, flip it onto the outside, that's something that Paris spoke about, particularly at the quarter time break in that second semi-final, because you weren't doing a lot wrong. You just didn't take your chances. A couple of turnovers were the big key elements of which really cost you in the first part of that game. But for the rest of the game, you got the game back on track.
Absolutely. And like South Belgrave are a quality outfit, and that's a great strength of theirs. So it's about essentially minimising their strength and hopefully us being predictable.
Leo, Brash spoke about your ability, your side, to kick 97 average points per game, but I want to talk about your back six. How settled have your back six been? Are they been basically the regular same six each week, or have you run a lot of players through that back six?
No, it's a funny one. We lost two of our loved backline players, McLaren Spiteri to a Liz Frank injury, and then Matty Haythorne to an ACL. So they're two that would probably slot into that six. But there's also some incredible stories that have come out of it. Zach Carroll come back from his ACL last year, playing today in our back six, did an awesome role against South Belgrave 2 weeks ago. So every team's got those highs and lows, but essentially we back them every week, and we know what we're going to get out of them, and all we got to do is hopefully deliver today.
Yeah, well, I personally haven't seen you firsthand this season, but I get the feeling that your side has the ability that in certain stages of the game, you have the ability just to control it, starve the opposition of the football, and just bottle the game up. Would I be correct saying that?
We have different facets of play that we want to use sometimes, depending on where we are at in the quarter. So at times, yes.
Yeah, it's interesting when you're saying that. One thing I just wanted to talk about was from the coaching perspective of Paris. He does it amazing. He's been around footy for so long. How have you all, teamed together throughout the week to keep him on track, and the calmness amongst the coaches, but also to identify as a group that this is a massive job. You've been scenario playing, no doubt, and to being able to replicate what you did 2 weeks ago, it's going to take a lot of work this afternoon.
Absolutely. And we don't want to be predictable again for doing the exact same thing 2 weeks ago. However, if we get that same outcome and pressure, we'll bring it up to them and hopefully get over the line today. So looking forward to it.
Leo, I have a stat that I've been keeping for a couple of years now, right? My own personal stat, and it's based on a 100-minute game on a week-to-week basis, and it's based on goals per minute. All right, and I've got Park Orchards down. You score a goal so far in the season roughly every 7.5 minutes. And compared to the league average in this division this year, it was about 2 minutes quicker than you and South Belgrave were clearly the two best sides and are able to score more frequently. Is that, when you look at the two sides, can you understand why both sides are where they are?
There's some star players in that for both teams, and essentially we learn a lot off South Belgrave. They're a quality outfit and play the benchmark for the whole season. So certain facets, yes, but also comes down to structures and the plans we put in place, and we've done a lot of work.
Let's have a look at some of the players, right? And look, there's been some fantastic players for your side this year, and none other than Lewis Downey. Played 18 games, kicked 60 goals. He's been in your best 6 times, and I'm sure he's probably been in your best more than the 6 times that's transcribed there. I would dare say he'd be right up there in Park Orchard's best and fairest. He's had a fantastic season, along with the skipper, Michael Prosnack, who's probably feeling a lot better, or 100% better than what he was on grand final day last year. And he's kicked 39 goals. So between them, they've kicked 100 goals, but they seem to work well together as a team. Is that how it works?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Lewis coming across this year just wanted to enjoy his footy, and I think we've established that from a club, and he's loved playing for this club, Park Orchards, and he sees his future here. And we've been the better factor of performance on the field, obviously.
Let's have a look at Park Orchards, right? Since its inception, right? it's a club that started with very humble beginnings, right? Started off with an under-19s, right? And the under-19s, they tasted success, which actually bred success, and then all of a sudden the club sprouted. And all right, today you've got 3 sides in the grand final. Unfortunately, the under-19s didn't win the flag, but there must be a sense of destiny, right, for this club now, with the fact that you've been to this dance now for the last 2 or 3 years. You understand the machinations of what is required to win a grand final. Do you think past failures can drive future success today?
I think the hunger's always there, and we want to play the best and be the best. So absolutely, in answer to that question, and we've obviously got a game to get involved today in the way of us, but in terms of the story, and I've been around for 15 years, I think, and obviously the 19s, it's quite incredible to come up to the ground for where they are. So we're lucky to be here.
Brash, I just want to add to what you said. Look, when Park Orchards come in as a senior club, it only took basically 18 months for people to realise that this club was on a club that is going to get the Premier Division, and they've been there, and they've unfortunately come back down. But that was only because there was 2 clubs relegated in that particular season. But you've also got to add to it, the females, the girls, the women won the premiership this year as well. How big was that, Leo, to the club?
Oh, absolutely awesome. And it's incredible to them and their team, and it just feels like such a one club. There's no 19s reserves or seniors, it's all a one club feeling, and they're here today supporting as we were for them, and hopefully we can get over the line.
We know that your lower age clubs play in another competition. Do you think that, is there any talk around the club, or do you feel yourself that it's only a matter of time before they come across to the Eastern Football League as well?
In terms of juniors?
Juniors, yes.
I probably can't comment on that from my position, and I wouldn't know too much with them. But
fair enough.
We try to have that connection piece with the 17s and help out where we can during the year.
But do they mix with the senior club and all that as a whole, or no?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So in terms of like footy trainings, coaches will come down, the players will go down, and just try and make them feel welcome. So that connection piece, or the conduit to when they come to seniors.
Your role specifically today, what are some of the key things that you do on game day to get to drive this ship with Paris? What are some of the key fundamental things and responsibilities that you'll carry out this afternoon?
Just monitoring what the midfield's essentially doing. Are we winning the CBs? Are we losing? Around the ground, what's happening? And then handling our matchups and rotations essentially. So we'll pull levers as we see necessary, and I'm sure they'll do the same. So,
Leo, just before you go, some final thoughts. What in your mind, what is going to be the defining factor for Park Orchards today? Where do you think you can win the game? And if you are challenged, what will get you over the line?
It's a great question. I think the team who takes the opportunities in the big moments at the end of the day will win. So it's going to be a high-pressure game from both sides, and the people that can perform under the pressure will be the ones that win.
Well, Leo, thank you very much for coming up and deputising for Paris.
Go calm him down, get him all charged up, ready to go.
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure, boys.
Pass on our best wishes to him and to your and to your team, and hopefully by 5 o'clock this afternoon, Park Orchards are back in Premier Division for season 2026. But for now, thank you for giving up your time on behalf of Park Orchards, and good luck to you this afternoon.
Yes. Thanks, Leo.
Appreciate it, boys. Thanks for having me.
There you have it.
Great chat.
Assistant coach of
And it's good to get a
Park
different
Orchards.
perspective too.
Leo Carrick.
Young, enthusiastic, and we're really looking forward to seeing what Park Orchards provide today, because it's going to be a real contest. And if they can do similar to what they did a couple of weeks ago against South Belgrave in that second semi out at East Burwood, the way that they played, the pressure that they applied, the turnover game which they were able to score off the back of. He talked about Lewis Downey. I mean, he just had a game out of the box, kicked 6 goals, but it was the score involvements for me, which were the other key feature of that game, and when he was involved, and that's ultimately what got him over the line. Well,
the South Belgrave coaches kindly joined us here for pre-match this afternoon, and it's a warm welcome probably for the first time this season, but on probably the most important day of the year for South Belgrave. Kristen Hite, good afternoon, and welcome to EFLNL Game Day.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And it's our grand final day.
Yeah,
no better day on the calendar.
It is. Kristen, I had a look at the side on paper, and for most of the year, and it's been a very steady side. And when I look at the side that you've put together today, it's probably nearly the best side you've put on the park this year. Would that be a fair assumption?
We've had 43 players play senior football this year, including 7 under-19s, which has been great to see as many guys on our senior squad and our under-19s playing some senior footy. As a new coach coming in, trying to get to know all the players, forming relationships, no better way to know where they're at than playing some senior footy. So there's been a lot of guys who've had opportunity this year, which is great. It's good to see, both sides are in the grand final today as well. So, we're pretty happy that we've had as many players go through our seniors this year, including those 7 under-19s. So, the club's in good shape. One
of the other things, Kristen, and you have played in the Eastern Football Netball League at Blackburn, so you understand how the lay of the land goes in this competition. Did that sort of set you in good stead when you took on the coaching gig?
That's another life, isn't it? Playing.
You've had a couple of lives in this version of the FNL, mate.
I started at Mitcham as an 18-year-old when I moved down from the bush. Had a few guys from Echuca that played at Mitcham and had a season or two there, which was great. And we fell short a couple of times in the prelim, but and then Blackburn later on in my career again. There was some Rochester and Echuca people there. Jeremy Campbell was the coach, so had a good connection there with some mates, and had a great time at Blackburn. And again, we fell short a couple of times there too.
Before I hand it over to the other boys, Kristen, one thing I've noticed today, you seem to. I look at the list of players that you've got in the side, and you've loaded up on lots of players that have the ability to kick multiple goals. Is that an area where you hope to expose Park Orchards?
Look, everyone, I hope, would say that they've got a team in that can expose the opposition. We've got talent in certain areas. They've got talent in their areas as well. Both teams will be out to negate both sides, and both teams will be hoping to play their way. So, that's what you'll hopefully see that today. It should be a great game, and hopefully we can limit their players and our players get on top.
Christian, over the season, most of the public, would consider that, you were the best side in the competition, leading up to the finals. And because of that, I feel that your club has got more scrutiny from the general public and people outside the club than any other team in your division. Would you believe that?
It's no secret that there's a few people out there that don't like South Belgrave for some reason. It's a really well-run club. The players love being around here. You guys had us outside the 5 at the start of the year. Someone did, I was told. Look, we knew that we had a few players. Look, our depth gets attacked every year. Our bottom end and our reserves, because our reserves are always so great. We lose a few players to other opportunities, which is great. And it's just a matter as a coaching group and as a playing group to coach these guys up as much as we possibly can throughout the season. As I said, we've had 43 guys play seniors this year, and everyone's been able to step in and play their role. And the reason we've won so many games, and I suppose the scrutiny is on us because, we were winning as many games as everyone else. And Park Orchards, they only lost to one team this year, and they showed in the semi-final that they can beat anyone as well. So, I suppose, that Park Orchards and South Belgrave, from the public point of view, would have expected probably as the season went on these two sides to be in the grand final.
Yeah, towards the end of the season there, the message that we got was that you rested some players. Was that did you rest them, or were there injuries when some went overseas or something? What was the story about all that?
Yeah, well, you can only play who's available. So rested or not, they weren't rested. They were just injured, or they weren't available. Yeah. I'm not out to change team up and give guys games for the sake of it. You play who you've got available, and it's great that we've got some of our players back by the finals and for the grand final. We're still missing some great players though, like everyone is, and it'd be great if we had our full list available and some other players being able to represent the club. But football's a game of longevity, and sometimes the team that can manage that the best gets their best squad on the park at the right time of the year.
Heidi, let's go back a couple of weeks ago to the second semi out at Eastland. I was at that game, and I came over and listened to you a couple of times during some of your addresses, and you talked about the imbalance that you had in terms between inside and outside run, because they really worked you over on the outside, particularly they were able to flip it to the outside and force you to make turnover. What were some of the things that you've done over the last couple of weeks? Did you forensically look at that? How did you review that game going into last week's game?
Oh, it's no secret. Park Orchards are good on the outside. I've coached a lot of these kids at Park Orchards. We're well aware of their strengths and what they can do on the outside, and they got it on their way the other 2 weeks ago, and we just can't allow that to happen again. So we've talked about a few different things, but ultimately, if we play South Belgrave football and we dictate the terms, then hopefully they can't get their pattern of play happening. Last week, North Ringwood, they play a similar way to Park Orchards. They've got some excellent outside players, and I thought that our boys stepped up with the pressure and their ability to stop that. So, we've got some plans in place, and hopefully our plans work.
So some of those key messages, the key fundamental elements to the game, what are some of the things? Let's go through 2 or 3 things that you're really going to pass on to the players today and really drill down on that are the non-negotiables going into this grand final.
I think everyone would say the same thing. It's all about being predictable and playing your role and winning contests and pressure and everything that makes finals so great. And we've been watching some great footy in the Eastland Football League over the last couple of weeks in grand finals, and they've come down to the wire, and both teams have been smashing bodies and putting pressure on and stepping up at the right time and winning their moments. So, you don't have to be a coach or a genius to go and pass that message on to any playing group at this time of the year. They know what they're meant to do. Both sides would know what their message is meant to be. If you don't know the message now, then you wouldn't be here. So it's going to be a great game, and hopefully the South Belgrave boys in both teams get up on top.
And having that experience,
Just if I can butt in here from what Spider said. You're playing in finals, you're playing in a grand final, but you don't really change much because what you've done during the season has got you here, correct?
You'd hope so, yeah. You'd hope so. And, so look, 2 weeks ago we got taught a bit of a lesson, and we've had to adapt a few things, and hopefully those plans come into play, and we've learnt from that. And that's the main thing as a coach and a playing group is, a loss isn't that bad sometimes. It can open up some things, and as long as you address it and you work to it, then hopefully you become a better side.
From the coaching perspective, Heidi, you must be just delighted that you get that opportunity. First year dream to get into a grand final, but do you talk to some of your mentors, some of your past coaches for that advice for that grand final to get that little bit of extra magic perhaps that you might be able to implant on the team later in the game? And you've had some great coaches that you've played under. You talked about Jeremy Campbell earlier. Andy Collins, he's well credentialed. He's back at Hawthorn doing some great things then. You played under him at Boxer Hawks and Mitcham and all that sort of stuff. Are these the sort of things where you can draw back on those moments of when you were playing under those sort of guys and tell the boys some storytelling about what it's like to play on the biggest game of the year?
Yeah, look, there's been a few messages and phone calls throughout the week. Everyone's wishing me well and the team well, which is great, and they've all reached out with support. And there's a lot of coaches I work with at work at Whitefriars too that I lean on. And running the football program at Whitefriars, we've got a couple of guys there that I do lean on and take advice of week to week. And they've been out watching some games, so we've chewed the fat a little bit as well. So looking forward to it. It's grand final, and at the start of the year, if you were to ask me as a new coach, what are you striving to do? And it was, win enough games to play finals, and then win enough finals to play in a grand final. And then once we're there, we'll have a crack at it. We know that Park Orchards, before the year started, Park Orchards were the runners-up. They were desperate to get back here. Beaconsfield, I heard, were a good side, and that showed to be true. And Baronia came up, and North Ringwood are just absolutely flying. So it wasn't easy to get here. There was a lot of good sides. We've played some good football, and hopefully our good football stands up today.
Chris, and just a couple of stats that I've put together and head-to-head stats from your performances against Park Orchards, averaging around 300 possessions a game, which is around 75 a quarter, which is that's a lot of touches for getting your hands on the ball. That was pretty much, you were the leaders in that sort of in that sort of sphere. But also very high ineffective tackles, around 45, clearances 50. and inside 50s 54. So your forwards and your midfielders are getting plenty of the ball, and your efficiency around the goal has been around 52%. So you're getting really good purchase from all areas of the ground.
Yeah, look, that's footy, isn't it? If you get your hands on the ball and you kick the ball more, then you get more territory, you kick more goals, get more inside 50s. You can't read too much into the stats sometimes. Like we do play on South Belgrave, and South Belgrave is a smaller ground than say a Kilsyth, and an inside 50 is a 10-metre kick compared to 20. But as long as we're playing predictable and the boys are playing their role, and that's what we're after.
Finally, Christian, an observation from your first year in the Eastern Football League. What's been your perception, and has it disappointed you in terms of the competition in general, and is it in a better state than when you left it as a player?
Yeah, look, well, the opportunity came from South Belgrave to get back into local football, and that was a great move. I've just enjoyed being involved in football so much this year. Like the top level's great, don't get me wrong, but it's there's a lot of time and effort and energy that goes into that. But this is just so much more fun. The community gets back involved. Everyone's buying into the programs, and local footy is just so great. Look at the crowd here today. You just hear Park Orchards kick another goal, so you can hear the celebrations. You don't really get that at the top level at the VFL. It's just people there watching, I suppose. But yeah, no, I've really enjoyed my time. The EFL, of course, it's in better stead if you've got Jai Bond involved. He'd be around here somewhere, I don't know. But no, look, it's a great competition. We know that. It was a great competition when I was playing in it, and it's taking some bigger steps. So it's good to see. And
South Belgrave, it's all hands-on approach, isn't it, too, from all the community that get involved in the club. And probably your most prolific supporter is one P.G. Moody, Peter Moody, the great horse trainer. I'm sure he's going to have, whether he gets to the ground here, I'm not sure, but I'm sure he's going to have an eye or an ear on the broadcast if he's elsewhere doing some work.
Yeah, look, we've got a great bunch of volunteers and committee members and sponsors and people that get around the club every week, and whatever that may be. And obviously, players and clubs don't run without the volunteers and sponsors. And Pete's more involved with the girls. His daughter plays there, so we don't see him too much. But we just love all the people at South Belgrave, and hopefully that we can get the job done for them today, so they can celebrate the win just as much as us. They deserve it, probably more than us too.
Well, Christian, good luck this afternoon. Thank you for joining us on EFLNL Game Day on the Grand Final edition. Good luck to South Belgrave, and hopefully by 5 o'clock this afternoon you're premiers and moving back into Division 1, Premier Division in 2026.
Look, that's great. I know there's talk about that, but it doesn't matter what division you're in. To me, it's just all about getting a good squad together, playing good, consistent footy, and winning premierships as a group. That's what you remember. You don't remember what division it was in. It's just what year you won it and who you won it with. So the message today is simple: was play as a team, get the job done, and celebrate it later. Yeah.
Well, thank you. And then on that note, good luck to you this afternoon.
Thanks.
There you have it.
Go get him, Heidi.
There you have Kristen Height, South Belgrave coach, joining us on Grand Final this afternoon, and the first time that we've had him in. Yeah. Gentlemen, just before we're probably a little bit ahead of schedule, so what we'll do is we might just change tack a little bit, and we'll just review yesterday's Premier Division preliminary final down at Home Park. And Ray, you were down there yesterday and to witness the game, and it was a comfortable victory in the end for Blackburn, 18-5, 113 to Roval, 8-15, 63. It seemed like, Ray, from your reports as especially in the first half, Blackburn were out of the gates and basically controlled the tempo of the game for the majority of afternoon.
Yeah, before I get into that, look, I myself did select Roval, but because I didn't know how Blackburn were going to react after the defeat, by 48 points or so against Baldwin the week before. But they came to play. This game was won in the first 15, 20 minutes of the game. They blew Roval right off the park in that first quarter, as you said.
And it was midfield presence, wasn't it?
It was a midfield presence. It was, and not only that, as the game went on, they were kicking the ball long. They were just too tall. They outmarked Roval around the ground, and a great game to Patrick Lawler. I thought he was best man on the ground. He just dominated the midfield, and he has probably right in saying been a little bit quiet in recent times, but he was one that stood up. And look, the only thing that you could take out of it as being a Roval person was the fact that at halftime there was a 49-point deficit. And by the end of the game, it was only a 50-point deficit. So I know that people will say Blackburn maybe took their foot off the pedal, as you do if you're in that much of a lead. But Roval, they did fight the game out. Yep. They were just outplayed. And by it, and good luck to Blackburn. You know, they come to play, and prior to going into that game yesterday, you've got to look at it. Blackburn have probably been the best side in Premier Brash all season.
Yeah, they have been, haven't they? Yeah, I think so, Brash. I think Blackburn, they've earned their spot in the grand final. They've been a really intriguing side to watch, just the way that they play. And I had a bit of a feeling that they were going to bounce back really strongly. I thought there was just too much pride within that playing group to let this opportunity go amiss. And I think the high-quality players, guys like Riley Stoddart, McAdorian, and all those sort of players, they just really went to work yesterday, and they knew that they had to get that job done. And right from the outset, they set the platform to do so.
And you had Toby Wooler kicking
and
6
Toby
goals.
Wooler, he has just been in unbelievable form in the back end of the season, and he's going to hold a real key component to what happens next Saturday afternoon. So there's going to have to be some real planning in that regard. But Blackburn, they've been a terrific side. They've been very well coached throughout the course of the season, and now they get that opportunity to deliver that premiership, the one that we've been talking about that they need to translate into success. It's been there waiting for them. Now are they good enough to take the opportunity?
And look, most people will look at the scoreline and say, bad kicking by Roval. But the thing was that every time Roval shot for goal, they were under pressure and they were in general play. Whereas Blackburn, they were going back from a mark or a free kick, a
hitting
set
up
shot,
targets,
and that was a big difference. You look, equal scoring shots. It doesn't all make sense,
No.
But all in all credit to Blackburn. And just on the Roval side of things, I went back there last night. Look, they were disappointed that they lost the game. But the thing is, you've got to look at Roval over the last 5 seasons. 5 seasons ago, they got knocked out in an elimination final. Then they've played in 2 grand finals and won 1, and now they've played in 2 preliminary finals. So they, over the last 5 seasons, they've probably been the most regular side in Premier over
they've
that
been around
period.
them. They've definitely been around the mark and will continue to be. And I think third on the podium this year is probably their rightful place. I mean,
well, two games out, I said they won't win another game and they won't win a final. And they've turned around. They won those games and they won 2 finals. So you can never write sides off. But that there was a little bit of gloom down there. But they got their heads up and ready to go next season.
Yeah, and Blackburn, the real opportunity presents itself. The best 2 teams of the season, and it's going to be a fitting finale because they have been the 2 sides in the second half of the year that have really drawn away from the group. And obviously East Ringwood, they went backwards quite a bit, and now Baldwin are just waiting to see whether they can go back to back. I mean, it just has so many different versions that we're going to experience next Saturday
Brash,
afternoon.
who do you think will get the advantage having the grand final back at Bayswater?
I still think Baldwin.
I think
Baldwin as
too.
well. Yeah.
I mean, let's face it, Beaconsfield's a lot bigger, wider than what Bayswater is, and I think that Blackburn used that really well, what I saw yesterday. But I think the Bayswater will suit Blackburn more. I'm not going to say...
Well, I think it's also going to be conditions. I mean, the forecast along at the moment is suggesting that we're expecting some rain and 13 degrees. So if it is those conditions... The game falls into Baldwin's hands because they don't mind if it's a low-scoring grand final, and they have won them in the past. Whereas if it's a dry day, Blackburn are a dry weather side, and they if they get it going, they could really put on a really big score and put some pressure on Baldwin. But it's going to be the intercepting game, and we'll talk about it so many times. If they can eliminate that intercepting game from Baldwin Blackburn, they give themselves a real chance. But if Baldwin intercept, they can put pressure on, and they can turn that into scoreboard, then that's going to ultimately be the difference in the contest.
Rain, and Spider, would be remiss of me if we didn't pay congratulations for the first time to the Beaconsfield Football Club for the hosting of Premier Division Grand Finals. Ray, you were down there like ourselves for all the finals, and I want to congratulate the Beaconsfield Football Club and committee for the way that they ran the grand final. The presentation of the ground, the facilities provided was second to none.
Yeah.
And I thought for a club that has, for a club that's taken on the mantle of the Premier Division finals, I think they passed with flying colours this year.
They certainly did, Brash, and I spoke to Mick Fogarty just after their under-19 game here this morning and said, pass it on to your committee. Everything they run down, and they definitely looked after the media team when we were down there broadcasting.
Yeah, they
as well.
did.
Well, but no, and look, as you said, the facilities, there's been a bit of criticism. It's a little bit far to travel, but I believe in today's age, people travel. If it's going to be a good contest, people will travel that little bit further, whatever sport it is, to get there.
And the other thing too, Ray, is, and I think, and I believe, in my opinion, it also brings a new audience from a different area and introduces the best of our football to an area that people can go and watch and aspire to for their sides to play.
Well, it certainly opened up a new door down in that corridor, that's for sure.
And I put it this way, I wouldn't be terribly disappointed to be travelling down to Home Park for a grand final in Premier Division if and when that ever happens.
Yeah.
But I've got no. I think it's a fantastic complex, and I doff my hat to them. And you know, and they had some success this morning, which is great for them. Their under 19.5s won the grand final, so that's a really good fillip for the club.
It is, yeah. They've got an exciting future ahead of them from all perspectives. So, you know, they're bringing some young players through. They'll be a good side in Division 1 next year. And I think from the perspective of having finals at their venue, that's just that we've got so many options now within this competition with so many great facilities that we can maximise those venues. So there's so many options right across the league now, and it just goes to show you that if you're prepared to put up the infrastructure to do it, then there's no reason why we can't have finals moving around the league at a lot of different venues.
Brash, I spoke to you last week about, Premier Division overall this season and who we thought was the side that got the most out of it. And we both said Berwick.
Yes.
Now, I also, as I said, I was talking to Mick Fogarty this morning and I mentioned Berwick, and he said, he was absolutely wrapped with Berwick, the way they've come along. He said they're very well coached. If they could just pick up another 2 or 3 really good players, he reckons that they'll be up there in the mix in Premier. And that's great coming from not an opposition coach, but a coach that's coached a long time in the top division and now is down in Division 1, but he keeps an eye also on what's happening at Berwick.
Yeah, we're going to go to our first break, but before we do, it's the last quarter, 14 minutes into the last quarter into the Division 1 Reserve Grand Final, and Park Orchards hold a 22-point lead. They lead 9-10-64 to South Belgrave, very straight kicking, 7 straight 42. But stay tuned. After the break, we'll continue to preview the big Division 1 grand final clash between Park Orchards and South Belgrave. But you're on Radio Eastern 98.1, streaming live around the world on Facebook and YouTube. Don't go away.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFLNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFLNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Division 1 Grand Final style, coming to you live from Pink's Reserve this afternoon between Park Orchards and South Belgrave. These two sides have clearly been the best two sides in Division 1 this year and rightfully have earned the right to fight off for the premiership in season 2025. Before we continue our coverage of this forthcoming game, it would be remiss of me also not to talk about a grand final for the ages, and I've brought in a young man that was with us yesterday and witnessed, probably along with Spider and myself, probably one of the best grand finals that you could ever witness for many years. And Blake Tennant, good afternoon to you for the first time, and what a great day it was yesterday.
Good afternoon, Brash, Spider.
G'day,
Yeah, talking to two legends of the EFLNL media crew here. But yesterday's grand final, I'm still in awe of what happened yesterday down there at the MCG of the East, and they just had their figures actually just come in yesterday. Apparently there was a massive crowd of 4,000 troops that piled into the MCG of the East. I'll get the exact number in a tick. But
it's outstanding, whatever that crowd was, because it was busy. And
4,200 people tuned in, piled in down at Walker Park yesterday. So it was a great thing. Well done to Mitcham as well for hosting as well. But yesterday's grand final, it had everything down it. Templestowe, they came out of the blocks early. They showed that the stats, they don't lie, but they were really on, Templestowe early. And then it felt like the roles flipped over.
Well, it shifted because what happened was One Turner South got their game in order at half-time, and they just changed the way they play. They went back to what they know, and they just really, fundamentally, they just outplayed in that third term to keep Templestowe goalless. And probably their worst quarter for the year, Templestowe, you would have to say. They provided it on grand final day. But in the last quarter, this had everything, every element of it. They had opportunities to win the game, Templestowe, but in the end, it was just the pressure that the Devils applied. And then when they went forward, they were able to kick a few of those goals. And in the end, that ended up proving to be the difference. But 1 point margin could have gone either way late in the game. And if Templestowe had pinched it and won, well, we would have probably said three quarters to one, but the other way around, it was probably 2 quarters each. But in the end, the prominent of the Devils, their ability to be able to hit the scoreboard when they did in the third term was ultimately the key factor in the game.
And, I was chatting to a few people yesterday, and, we're talking heavily on, the best on ground, scenario. Yes, we gave it to Nathan Dinez. He was superb, but a few names got also listed as well. I thought Brooke Caney was superb.
Well, Caney was great. His third term was
he kicked 4
special.
goals in a grand final as well.
Hunt?
Yeah,
Hunt. I mean, I probably would have gone down for Hunt, to be honest, to be the best player again. I thought he was the most influential player on the ground.
I've got a trivia question for you two. I know you guys have been around the EFLNL media for a long time here.
Yeah.
I'm going to raise this question. I reckon my friend will be texting me in a few moments' time. But is there ever been a side where a side's been relegated and then they've won the premiership the year after? Have you guys ever witnessed that? Because that's a history. That could be a history-making stat. I don't recall ever a side that's been relegated and won the premiership.
Scoresby did it, didn't they?
Yeah, sides have done it. Yeah.
I think Scoresby did it. Scoresby got relegated and then won the flag the next year.
They came back up. Yeah, they went down from the old Premier or Division 1, and then they went down to Division 2, came straight back up.
Okay.
Yep.
So
you're right, Blake. I don't think
Donvale did it too back in the day too. They got relegated from
Yeah.
Division 1 and then come back up after they ended up winning the old Division 2. Yep.
Yeah,
it has happened.
It has happened, but not. It's a rarity. I agree. It doesn't happen too often.
Yeah.
Because it's very hard to retain the list.
Nah, it's very hard because obviously, players want to play in the top division and then suddenly you get relegated and it's always tough. But I just want to touch on about Montana South and their lists. I don't really recall any players leaving from that side that was from last year. I think maybe a handful have left. Obviously, Luke Grimer left to go to East Brighton, but then he joins the team halfway through the year. So that's why I'm judging with this Montana South. If they can bring in a few. Now, I saw on the Saturday morning that Lincoln Wong's playing at his home cricket club this year.
He'll be back next year.
So if they can get him back, and
he'll be back.
Look, they're still going to need a few players to be ultra competitive in the division. So in Division 1. So look, they'll need 4 or 5 players. I mean, if they walk out with the same side that played in that grand final yesterday, they're probably finishing in the bottom end, part of the ladder. But if they can recruit some and get some players in, that gives them a chance to be competitive and stabilise in the first year, because it is hard when you go up to be able to stabilise and compete straight away.
And can we talk about Templestone? Just we talk heavily on Montana South.
Yeah, it was a missed opportunity.
I just thought from what I was seeing, and I was with Brash as well. And Spotty, you obviously there, but how I saw it in the Bikers was, it was on their terms. Like, they got a few stoppage goals. Cooper snapped around the corner in that first or second quarter, and it really looked like the midfield was getting on top. I just didn't know what happened. Like, did they get too ahead of themselves, Templestone?
I don't think they got ahead of themselves, Blake. I think what happened was it was great play by Montana South, where they really put the clamps on Templestowe and just didn't allow them to get the game on their terms. They took some of their game away from them, and then they got the game on their terms. So you've got to hand it to the way that Montana South went about their way, working their way back into the contest. And at half-time, it looked like it was all doom and gloom for the Devils, and we were thinking perhaps Templestowe were going to go on and record a pretty comfortable win, but it was the fighting qualities of the Devils that once again shone out, and it has done over the 4-week period. I think definitely playing over the month has helped the Devils.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I think potentially having the week off, for Templestowe, winning the second semi by 3 points, then having the break, it probably didn't help them as a team. I think they're the sort of team that needed to play a few weeks in a row, and perhaps a loss in that second semi might have been a good thing for them, and having to come through the other way. So, but look, that's hindsight now. Look, missed opportunity for 2025, but they're still right in it for 2026. They'll still have to get a few players potentially, but I think they're still going to be well and truly the team to beat in 2026.
I'll go and bat in for Templestowe here. Right, 8 minutes into the last quarter, 24 points down. They were entitled to get completely run over and get beaten by 6-7 goals. But I'll give them kudos. They fought that game right out to the end.
Yep.
And the fact that they did have some opportunities, especially in that 6-6-6 infringement in the last minute, where Mitchener bombed the ball down, but it was that tackle by Dines.
Yeah, and it was probably that kick. He probably needed to... I mean, it was a dump kick, so he probably just needed to hit up a target. And who knows what might have happened. But potentially it was just that rush of thought. Okay, we just need to get it in long and deep, and perhaps if he had his time again, he might have gone the different way and just hit up a target and then had the opportunity to see if they could score. But that's not how it worked out, and time beat them.
Park Orchards are premiers here in the Division 1 Reserves Grand Final. That's a great lead up in for their seniors coming out very, very shortly. The final score was Park Orchards 11-10-76 defeated South Belgrave 7 straight 42. Before we quickly move on, gentlemen, I want to thank the viewing public of the Eastern Football Netball League and the numbers that we've been seeing on our feeds throughout the finals and grand final series, and I want to thank each and every person that's actually been watching our broadcasts and enjoying the entertainment that we've been provided. We as the media team are very humble and are very appreciative of your acknowledgement. Well, and what we ask of you is to keep racking up those numbers and keep enjoying our product, because we enjoy bringing it to you, and we've still got 2 great games to bring you to finish off the 2025. But to you out there, congratulations. Thank you for watching, and we look forward for you to continue to watch as our finals progress.
Well, we had 8,055 viewers for the Division 2 Grand Final yesterday. We had 3.1k for the Division 2 Reserves Grand Final, and then 2.4k watching the Under-19s Grand Final. And currently right now we've got 136 people tuning in, 143. Couple messages. Am I allowed to speak? Good luck to Paris. Great man, great coach. This game today has the hallmarks of a classic. Thank you, Ned. And then he said again, have to respect South Belgrave. Div 4 in 2013 to possible Premier Division in 2026 if they win today. So there you go, mate. And he also gave you a good shout out here, Brush. Brush, you got a shout out?
No, I haven't.
It says, Brush, you guys do a great job delivering the products. That's from Ned. So there you go, Brush. You got a shout out on YouTube. So
thank you very much to that listener.
Ned, it's Ned. So Ned.
Thanks, Ned.
Yep. So he gave you a good shout out there. But
I just think that, like I said, it's the Eastern Football Netball League. It grows every year, and the fact is that it's the people in our area that make our product the way it is, and let's not forget, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the players putting on the show for us every Saturday afternoon. They're the ones that are providing the entertainment. We're just happy to share our thoughts and bring you along for the ride every weekend, and we do get great joy, especially like everyone when it's finals. We all get up for it. We all want to celebrate just like the rest of the rest of you. So, like I said, to all our listeners, keep listening and keep following us, because we really appreciate your support. Let's quickly, we've got a few more moments before we bring in the call team, gentlemen, and just one other stat. I know I raised this with Leo, but I always keep thinking for me, this is one of my baby stats, right?
Okay. Here you go.
Right. Have you been in touch with the Oracle?
I have.
What did the Oracle have for this game? Do you know?
Yeah, I believe.
Did it have Park Orchards winning, or did it have South Belgrave winning?
I'm not sure, but I can.
I'll put you under the bus.
I think it had South Belgrave winning.
Okay.
But one of my stats is, and I've really been big on this, and I've been studying this game for many, many years, right? And I mentioned it to Leo before. It's my average goal per minute stat, right? And it's based on a 100-minute game, right? I've got South Belgrave easily 6.5 minutes they average a goal right across the season, and Park Orchards was 7.23. So that's about 7.5 minutes. Now, if you equate that over 100, we're looking at a pretty high-scoring game, and probably potentially a shootout, which I don't think is going to be beyond the realms of possibility, because I think both sides have really loaded up here on their forwards. So, do you think it's going to be a real hard day for the defences for both sides?
Yeah, I do. I think it's going to be a really difficult day for defence. It's going to be the test of the defenders, and whichever defence stands up the best is ultimately going to come out on top, Brash. And I'm actually tipping South Belgrave. I've been, I know over the last couple of weeks their form has dipped a little bit, but I still have the confidence that they can reverse the result from the second semi. I think if they get the game on their terms and defend the ground strongly and through the inside part of the ground and don't let the ball go to the outside where Park Orchards have that advantage, I think that they can get on top in that area, and particularly on the turnover game too. If Park Orchards do turn the ball over, they usually punish on the scoreboard, South Belgrave.
Right, I did mention this yesterday to you gentlemen, and there was a survey I think done that came out in the last week where they surveyed quite a few coaches, right, and they said what is the hardest game in the year to coach, and the coaches all agreed that the second semi-final is the banana slip game, right, that is the hardest to win.
I say the preliminary final. I mean, I always think the preliminary final is the hardest game of footy for the whole year because you've got to win that game to have a crack at the ultimate prize.
No, I think prelims always the hard.
Well, I mean, it's interesting that the
banana skin game can be the second semi because if you're a favourite, top of the ladder team, well, it's virtually a free hit for the team that finishes second. And
I guess the other team, if you're using the Templestowe parlance, right, I think that the hardest thing about that is that the week off works for some clubs and it doesn't work for others, whereas in some years the side that does win the second semi goes on to win the grand final and it works. So there is no really hard and fast rule, right, that says that you are given the God-given right if you win the second semi-final that you're going to win the grand final, because that's just not the way that this plays out, does it?
No, that's exactly right. And I think you're onto something there, Brush. So it's an interesting observation, and I think that from the perspective of second semi or the prelim, they both have their, I suppose they both have those options. But look, I mean, the second semi, we know some sides have fallen over and come back in the past and won grand finals, and we know some sides have had to do it the hard way, going through a prelim to win on the ultimate day. So today, one of those sides could potentially have that fate.
And the best on ground for the reserves goes to number 18 from Park Orchards. Yes, correct. He got best on ground in the reserves grand final for Park Orchards.
Because I think he was listed as an emergency for the senior game this afternoon. So that's well done
to good effort.
Niles. Yeah. So I look at, once again, we look at both these sides, and like I said, we look at where they finished on the ladder, and once again, it's when you go back over the stats year on year and you look at the participants in the grand finals, it's always first and second or first and third. So that really So that really tells you one thing. How hard is it to win it from fourth and fifth?
Well, it is. And we know, you don't have to look at the AFL level. I mean, it's hard to win outside of the top four.
But the eighth ranked team is in a prelim.
But it's very unusual circumstances. But, look, I mean, we've seen it in Final Four setups where teams that have finished fourth can get on a bit of a run, but
they played one less final.
But that's right. But now that we have that extra final, it now is a lot harder, and we're seeing teams having to back up, for consecutive weeks, and I think some teams prefer to play that consecutive weeks now, just because their game then is in good order and they don't want that break.
Yeah, and it's a funny thing, right? Because at the start of the year, your first and foremost aim is to make the finals, right? And whatever place at the start of the year or throughout the year, you get a rough idea of where each side's going to finish. But for some sides, whilst the novelty, I won't say it's a novelty, but whilst they aim to finish in the top two, for some clubs, winning the minor premiership sometimes can bring undone the run of games that your body is so used to coming into a final series.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you there, Brush. I just think all this carries and marries up really, really nicely. So both teams are going to really, they'll go hard at it, like we're saying. And I think the latter positions in the end, they illustrate and they identify where your team's at. In the end, you always finish in the order, the right order, whether it's from 1 to 5. or one right down the ladder. So we in the end, we pretty much get the result we need.
All right, put you on the spot. Two players to watch. I'm going to go Lewis Downey for Park Orchards and Tim Smith for. I think they're.
Well, I had Tim Smith as my medal prediction on the preview on Friday, and I'll stick with that.
Yeah,
I'm going to go an obvious one. I'm going to go Tim Smith, but I'm also going to go the captain, Michael Prosnack.
Yeah, well, Prosnak's always the one.
The thing about Michael Prosnack is I think he's got a bit to prove after, he was injured last year in that grand final, and he would want to, put that
At least
away.
he won't be carrying one shoulder into a grand final this year.
So he would have to prove something that, last year he was banged up, let's say, and now he can go out and win a premiership for Park Orchards.
Well, even James Parsons, who's playing, he hasn't played a lot of footy this year.
He's played 4 games.
And he could play a big role in this game today.
But that's one of the things about even at the local level, the fairy tale stories, right, of players that haven't even played a full year. They've only played 4 or 6 games. I mean, look, Chris Durgis, he's a classic example here. He was a leading goal kicker in South Belgrave's reserves, I think, with 27 goals. Well, he's actually in the starting lineup.
And it's a good reward for him because he's been playing such good footy.
But that means also, and that's what I was trying to allude to with Christian Height, was they've brought in another goal kicker to try and stretch that back 50 of Park Orchards.
Well, that's what they had to do because in the second semi, their defence of the Sharks was brilliant. And if they have to do something a little bit different today, South Belgrave. And I think that's what Kristen Hyde and his coaching panel have probably really weighed up. And they just probably think the extra forward in there is the way to go.
Ground conditions last year for Division 1 was horrific.
Heavy 8. Racing parlance.
Yeah, swallowed on the races.
Yeah, not a soft 6, I can guarantee. But
a good 4.
In terms of who's this ground this afternoon, who does it suit the better?
I actually probably go South Belgrave.
Yeah, I think South Belgrave would prefer to be playing here. I know Park Orchards would have, if this grand final was out at Eastland, it would have suited them the way that they played that ground a few weeks ago. But I think this ground, South Belgrave have played here already this season. They played here last week, so I think they're going to be really accustomed to the conditions.
One scenario that I could see the game playing out is it'd be close. It could be very close in the first half, but I'm wondering whether there's going to be a 10-15 minute, because I'm tipping Park Orchards, where I just think their youth and their legs, like North Ringwood did to Baronia a few weeks ago, could be the difference for them to establish a little break where they can probably then control the contest for the afternoon.
Well, they're going to need to get the jump on the game, Park Orchards. They're going to really need to get out to this lead and try and sit on the lead for as long as they can in the afternoon and frustrate South Belgrave. But for South Belgrave, they're going to really need to get off to a flying start. Don't want to get behind the game because I don't think they'll be able to catch the game late if they're coming from a big way back. So for them, really important to be in the contest, take the key moments. I do think it's going to be an arm wrestle and it won't be decided till very late, and that's why I'm tipping South Belgrave by 10 points.
What do you think, Blake?
I'm going Park Orchards. I think they've been the real team, been a real standout team, so I'm going Park Orchards.
Yeah, I went Park Orchards by 18 points, and I'm just basing it purely on what I've seen in the finals, especially with the younger sides being able to run on top of the ground, especially. From that first final that we saw throughout it was a lot of the young guys that started to really run hard after the second half that really sort of sealed the deal. And I had a quick look at this game, the reserve game. And the development squad is always a very, very good indicator on the fitness level of your playing group. Now, South Belgrave, Park Orchards were really challenged in the first half, but they ran out of leg. But in the second half, the youth of Park Orchards once again started to run on top of the ground, and then when push came to shove, they were able to run harder and run longer. and I think that's a really good sign.
I just think the experience from South Belgrave might shine through late in the game today. They've got a lot of ex-AFL experience. I think when the big moments come, they might be able to handle it a little bit more.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for being part of EFLNL Game Day, Division 1 Grand Final style. But when we come back, the call team will assemble for the big Division 1 Grand Final between Park Orchards and South Belgrave. We're coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1 and streaming all around the world on Facebook and YouTube.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFLNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Pink's Reserve. It's grand final day in Division 1. Park Orchards will take on South Belgrave. Thank you very much for the gentlemen who did the pre-game show. Wayne Brasher, Spider Lee, Blake Tennant, and thoughts from the coaches as well. Would have been a fascinating listen, no doubt. My name is Jared Beanland with you today for this grand final as we are ticking down towards the opening bounce. Joining alongside me, commentating next to me, will be Gavin Casey. Welcome to the call team.
Nice to be with you, Jared, and it's great to be preempting what should be a great grand final. Park Orchards turned around a home and away record with a fantastic semi-final win, so really there is no favourite that can, a bold prediction for favouritism. It's South Belgrave being the trendsetters this year, but with that semi-result, it's been flipped on its head. So I'm looking forward to the game because it's definitely a big contest ahead.
Absolutely. Congratulations, of course, to the Park Orchards reserve side, taking some silverware back to Domini Reserve tonight. They beat out the South Belgrave team. Very interesting game it was, but Brash, I'll welcome you into the conversation. What was pre-game like? What were some of the conversation topics? Of course, I was commentating the reserves game, so and for myself and anyone who's just joining us now, catch us up to speed with what some of the discussion was.
Yeah, look, I think good afternoon, Jared, and good afternoon, listeners. Yeah, it was a very interesting pre-match. Both Leo Carrick, the assistant coach from Park Orchards, and Kristen Height gave us some very good insight into the machinations of how their year has gone, and I think both sides have got cause for optimism. I think both sides are fancying their chances, especially in my opinion, because I think they've loaded up on goal kickers for both sides, both of them actually played their cards pretty close to their chest. But I think this afternoon they expect that their respective back sixes are going to be under the pump all afternoon, and I think it's going to be that back six that doesn't crumble, right, that will hold sway. But that being said, there's winners on both sides, and both sides have acknowledged that. And I think both sides realise that they were the two best sides in the competition, and they believe that they have the game plan that can win the flag this afternoon.
That's very good to hear, and yeah, you're not wrong in terms of winners on both ends. But we have to remember as well that round 10 game, Park Orchard's defence might be a little bit worried about Taylor Garner and Tim Smith getting a hold of them again, because 7 goals to Garner, 6 goals to Smith, all in one game back in round 10, and I think that's going to be perhaps playing on the minds of the Park Orchards team.
That was their benchmark game, because they got that day. They had 362 disposals, Jared, in that round 10 clash to Park Orchard's 271.
Looks like we'll be going down to the ceremony as the players link arms and get ready for the anthem. This is going to be one hell of a day, no doubt. Imagine the nerves of the players out there just trying to settle themselves. We saw before as well, if I can just quickly make a point, the Sharks...
Today we come together to watch a clash of the Titans. On behalf of the Eastern Football Netball League, welcome to the Prince Reserve for today's Eastland Division 1 Senior Grand Final between Park Orchards and South Belgrave. Congratulations and best of luck to both competing sides. Officiating umpires for today's match are, in our field, Jason Herman, Sam Green, and Damien Sully. Our boundary umpires, Tom Lynette, Zach Disney, Tom Smith, and Ben Triplow. Our goal umpires for today, Justin Hedges and Jesse Fry. Our emergency, Will Caldwell. I would now ask all to be upstanding with the players and umpires for the Australian National Anthem. Best of luck to both teams. May the best team win.
The teams break apart and will take their positions on the ground very, very soon. We've also got a couple of members of the call team we are yet to introduce. Those would be our boundary riders, Blake Tennant and Ray Baird on ground level. Gentlemen, it looks like you're ready with your microphones.
Yeah, look, an amazing sight here, standing in the middle of Pinks Reserve with the crowd all the way around the perimeter. Look, it's a little bit gusty, the wind's sort of all over the place, and we're in for a huge game.
And Blake.
Yeah, no, good to be here. Pinks Reserve, grand final day. With the return, of course, always great to come down to this great game, of course. Captains are about to embark on the coin toss, I believe. But if you want my tip, I'll go early. I'm going to go Park Orchards to win by about 15 points. So there you go.
And Ryan Long, of course, is in the stats centre. Thanks very much for joining me with the reserves grade call. It was a very interesting game to watch, especially given that it was affected by the conditions that we might be seeing here today.
Yeah, it certainly was. In that reserves game, a lot of the goals to your left side of your screen. We'll see if that plays out in the senior game, but it was interesting that we had the two same sides that we're seeing here in the senior grand final. Got a first look at their depth, and Park Orchards obviously a very impressive performance. But yes, we'll be in the stats centre with thanks to Premier Data, so we'll be keeping an eye on what is important in the game today.
Of course, Blake gave his tip. I'll go around the board as well. Ray, are you ready with yours?
I'm going for Park Orchards and probably a 15-point margin.
Thank you very much. Brash?
Yeah, I went for Park Orchards. I think I went for them by 18 points.
Gav?
Yeah, the semi sticks in mind. I think the form line suggests that Park Orchards are the form side, so about 4 goals for me.
And I also went Park Orchards. That's what I put in the record. Can't really change it to give variety.
What do you want to change, Jared?
The only point.
You're allowed to.
The only reason I would change it would to give a bit of variety to the tips. I think South Belgrave, with only having lost one home and away game throughout the season, it's might sound shocking to the listeners that we're all going for Park Orchards.
Yeah, well, I'm tipping Park Orchards as well, but you're right, because you look at that second semi and we do judge a fair bit on that, but also I think there's a couple of South Belgrave players that potentially carrying injuries into this game. We'll see how that impacts them, but no excuses on grand final day.
And for context,
you're out there, you're ready to go.
Yeah, and for context as well, one team will walk away from here having lost 2 grand finals in very short succession, and it's Gav Casey to take us away with the first siren.
Park Orchards wearing the black. Kick goes out to Prozenak. He's first inside 50 kick. Doesn't hit the target. 2 grabs at it. It's going to be paid. It wasn't a defender in front of the marking attempt, and Makrakanis has got it 40 metres out. So the ruck work from Chappell and the centre clearance to Park Orchards. And it was very effective and efficient work. Prozenak's kick inside 50 marked by the lead up forward. And it's hard to get used to the black versus white when the semis, they were in reverse jumpers, so to speak.
I was worried about that.
Good matchup. Tim Smith and Kane Keppel in the midfield. That's going to be an enticing battle throughout the afternoon.
Shot at goal in the first minute of this grand final. Makrakanis has put it very, very high. Hasn't made the distance. Probably not helped by the wind. So South Belgrave hold up last line. Eventually kick it out, but they'll be intercepted. Mark dropped by the Sharks. So here goes Mazzoni. Hand pass and now the runner, Dunstan. He's going to be electric today, you think. And his short pass on the hits up his teammate on the lead at half forward. Turning on is Garner, the leading goal kicker for South Belgrave. Goes to the line. He was hoping for a man running with the flight of it to take the mark. But the kick went further with the wind advantage, and it's missed to the left for a minor score.
There is that wind advantage that we saw during that Rezzies game. Ryan taking the kick in for Park Orchards. Haven't identified this man at the moment, but he's going to hit up Zach Schaefer in the pocket. Bit of a slow play at the moment for the Sharks to try and navigate their way out of defence. Chapman down the line, but coming from further back is Livingston. Takes the mark. Now, down the line or corridor? What's the option here for Tom Livingston? 19 goals for the season. Ryan Silver sets himself. It was a floater of a kick, and that was very well read by the EFLNL journeyman Ryan Silver. Sends it forward. Big mark at the centre half forward spot taken. This is Clay Tucker. Wheels around. wasn't able to get a clean shot at it. And the free kick has been paid. Many whistles going there from the umpire, and
well, he fended him off illegally.
They're going to march him down the ground. Let's see who the ball will.
Brash, what do you think of Mitch Garner not starting centre bounce for South Belgrave versus Tucker taking the role?
Interesting. That's an interesting. I'm surprised about that.
Park Orchards send this forward, and there's a tangle involving Macrocanis in the forward line. Trying to take advantage was James Parsons, but being brought back. Alex Macrocanis, who had that shot at goal before, wasn't able to secure the first goal of the day, but he's looking for first blood now for the Sharks.
Boundary.
Go on, Ray.
Umpire Sully proclaimed holding the man in the contest.
Holding the man, thank you very much.
Problem with Macrocanis in that first kick, he lobbed the ball too high. I think he just needs to probably kick it a little bit lower and with a little bit more force, Jared.
Well, let's see if that was an effective sighter for Alex Macrocanis. He comes in and it's just to the right, so I wonder if the wind got a hold of that or if it was just off the side of the boat, because we're indoors here, so it's hard to sort of like gauge the strength of the wind at the moment, but one behind to the Sharks.
So the kick out goes long, but it's going to be a turnover. It's been chopped off by Price Inglis. So the Sharks enter forward for 50 again. Fire Macrocanis! He didn't seem to be in the contest coming from the side, but he leaped up high and the defence weren't aware. And what a nice grab. It finished on the top of his chest in the end. To be in the front of the pack was a surprise to all defence for South Belgrave.
Tell you what, he's all over Ryan Silver at the moment. Silver can't get out of the road quick enough when Macrocanis is attacking the football.
There's one man set for the contest. It is Macrocanis having his third shot at goal. He's got a very relaxed kicking style. It hasn't been effective yet, with one dropping short and one missing to the right. He's now on the left flank, so he's having shots from all directions. And he's put it through the middle, and they're off and started in this Division 1 Grand Final. Macrocanis doing all the scoring for Park Orchards. They are 1-1-7, leading South Belgrave on 1 point. Great start for number 88.
I'm glad you actually preempted that goal, Gav, because you actually said he already kicked the goal before it left his boot. So I'm glad.
I was confident.
I'm glad it worked out for you.
Oh, when I give the nod, it's really followed through with confidence.
Yes. That's why.
Nostradamus in commentary, you reckon?
Yes, mate. That's why you're one of our best.
Park Orchards up by 6 early in this game. Heron will take it. Came off the wing, affected the contest, and then a high ball forward, scooped up. Handball received by Parsons. The kick was pressure affected. Scrap at ground level. Last line of defence for South Belgrave. And underneath that was Tyrese Liu.
Well,
and the free kick's been given against him.
Well, he deserved to be penalised because he tried to hatch the ball and then looked at the umpire as if to say, look at me, I'm trying to get rid of the ball, and he made no attempt. So that's why he got penalised.
Tom Livingston, goal number 20 on offer for the season. He's not quite matched his highs of last year, 24 goals then. Made his senior debut for Park Orchards in 2018, so he's been racking up the experience over the past few years. Was able to manage a bag of 6 against Norwood. Wouldn't he love that today? Tom Livingston gets the second on the board for the Sharks, and they are off to a fast start.
And that's because at the moment they're controlling the midfield. They're winning the centre clearances. And, look, as Gav alluded to, having Mitch Garner not starting in the ruck at the start of the contest has been a strange move. I wonder how long before Christian Height might change that and make that change.
That's right, 2-0 in the centre clearances and 4-1 inside 50s in favour of Park Orchards.
Tim Smith gone into the middle for South Belgrave, taken out of the ruck by Tucker, but he got tackled straight away, so ineffectual as he dropped it to the ground. Park Orchards swoop on it, but it'll be a ball up. Tackled and held was Wilson, so it'll be a secondary ball up the middle of Pink's reserve. Park Orchards, 2 goals on the board, lead by 12. Clearing kick out of the centre, goes the way of South Belgrave. Pushing off nicely was Garner. He taps it onto a running teammate. Did it go under the knee? Because it didn't.
No, hang on. I think the umpire's going to pay a goal here.
Well, that was the thing. I don't reckon he deliberately had a kick at it, but it sort of come off the shin or knee.
Just sort of while he was running, yeah.
Let's wait on. You can see on the video they're having a chat. Goal umpire's going to be the man, I reckon, here, because the umpire behind the play, like me, really can't call it. So what is the goal umpire? And the boundary umpire is getting involved because do you give less a score in confused state?
Well, they can't make up. The boundaries, they were too far away to make a call.
Here's a big call. It's touched because that is effectively rushed because it did not hit below the knee of the forward there. And it will be, and I forget who it was. It was so long ago.
Damien Garner, yeah.
So in the end, Garner gets a point for South Belgrave.
Pressure in the forward line by South Belgrave. That wins them another shot at goal. And it looks to me, is this Luke Dunstan?
No.
No.
He's got yellow boots. I will not miss him all day.
That's a good point. So we'll be waiting on him to turn around to figure out who this man is. He's going to come in. He's going to set it high. It was wind affected and it went across the face of goal. Are they going to have another conversation? The umpires know.
Boundary.
That was a lot more clear. Ray Baird on the boundary line.
Bartels, boys.
Who was it?
Bartels, number 12.
Sean Bartels misses that set shot at goal.
I love how the reveal was so secretive that it broke as soon as he said the name. Bartels with the kick at goal. But it's another minor score for South Belgrave. They've kicked 3 points. Park Orchards 2-1-13. 9 minutes in, you'd think if the wind advantage is any advantage, definitely going that way, but it's not helping the scoring yet. Smothered ball means that they haven't got out of defence, Park Orchards, but the hand pass to Wilson. He's composed under pressure, loops a hand pass to the runners on the wing. Now Park Orchards on the outer side, can't get the connecting kick to Macrocanis, and it's a nice chop-off punch by Silva. So that's well done by the defence this time to hold up, as Park Orchards ran off half-back, as they like to do. But the smothered ball nearly disappointed all efforts there at the early stages of that, getting out of their defensive area for Park Orchard. So it's ball up, half forward now. The umpire's directing traffic. Ball up, Tucker got wrestled out of the way, so Park Orchards might be able to release it. Doing good work in tight again is Wilson. Chappell there. Took a hand pass received, then spooned a hand pass out. Now Park Orchard setting up at half forward. Inboard kick, not well directed. In between two intended, if one of them could be. But now it's Simonson on the run. Back of the square, gets it to Mazzone. He's quick to play on. He's got a spearing ball, it's too low. Bounces to the intended Tucker. So no markdown. Hand pass thrown up to Dunstan. Dunstan tries to go forward with a kick. Wasn't really looking for any pass, just hopeful there'd be someone there. And the defence pushes it out for Park Orchards.
Tom Wilson's been good early in the clinches for Park Orchards, but we have a stoppage in South Belgrave's forward line. No clear possession just yet. Trying to escape with it was Jeffs, and now they've got the run on the outside to Park Orchards. It's a floating ball onto the wing. Who's going to be first to it? Downey went up, it came down, and now bouncing off an opponent. Peters. High ball inside forward 50. The tall timbers down there for the Saints, but rushing it over the boundary line was Henry Amir. Appeals for deliberate, or... Yeah, well, that was never going to happen. He was under pressure.
He had Garner right behind. He wasn't really under pressure, but he had Garner behind him.
Technically under pressure.
Yes.
Perceived.
So they kick out. 4th point for South Belgrave. Park Orchard doing well in defence. Just halting Taylor Gardner's attempts at marking this quarter. That goal, that wasn't to Damien Garner, means they've yet to score a goal, have South Belgrave. A nice pass there, and there's a late chop. No marching orders for the defence there, so Park Orchard stuck on the half-back. Looking at options is Chappell. He's going to go down, probably the safe option, go down the outer wing. So hoofs it all the way beyond centre wing, hoping for a play to come onto it, but the defence again holds up. Going inboard. Backing back with the flight of it, Dunstan drops it, but it's good to get onto it. Hand pass forward. Can the Saints make something of this? Running target going out wide, getting room. Nice mark on the lead. And the open play through the middle has worked out for the Saints and this will be a deliberate shot at goal for Smith. Tim Smith, the skipper, or one of the two skippers. No, sorry, he's the only skipper. It's not the jumpers that are confusing me, it's how many skippers. It's Tim Smith for...
the C, the VC, the DVC.
Yeah. Tim Smith's having a shot at goal.
Distance is not an issue for Tim Smith, it's just the accuracy here.
So from 50, he's outside 50, loads up, but just with the length, he pulls it slightly. And not sure if the wind's going left or right at all, but it's a miss to the left. Minor score. That's 5 on the board for South Belgrave. They trail by 8. Park Orchard 2-1-13, 12 minutes gone, first term of this grand final.
Yeah, well, I think Park Orchards have really played the opening 12 minutes as best as you can with against the breeze in hindsight.
Jacob Price Inglis gets the kick in. And they are looking to just put some tempo on the ball. They're keeping it low. It was a decent kick, but interrupting everything was Ricardo Dorayo. Oh, I thought it was going over the boundary line, but Jay Whitnish steals a march. Challenged by Peters, and the boundary line means that they run out of room, the Sharks. Right out in front of the South Belgrave dugout. 13.5 minutes gone, 8-point lead to Park Orchards.
If you look at most of the Park Orchards players, they're really quick off the mark, that first 5 yards.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of power in the legs of the Park Orchards team. Oh, decked was, I think that was Wilson in there, running off his lines, but straight into those tackles was Liam Webb, caught.
Yeah, but have a look at the way he hit the contest, Jared.
Yeah.
He hit the contest full on.
Absolutely, and he read exactly when he needed to go as well. It's just he had people in his way. Interesting over the head kick. That was beautiful by Clay Tucker. Mark taken, and Keeley will go forward, and he finds Taylor Garner. And this should be the first goal for South Belgrave. They've had shot after shot, opportunity after opportunity, and now finally they should be able to break through with their big spearhead.
Just read the ball much better there.
So Taylor Garner, 67 goals for the year, 68 on offer, and the first in the grand final for the Saints. And he makes sure of it. And he's going to be one to watch today.
Just strength, Brash, wasn't it, in the marking contest?
It was, and also a little bit of knowledge as well. He just eased his way into his opponent and just outmanoeuvred him.
That's 5 of the last 6 inside 50s there for the Saints, so finally starting to get some reward for their entries.
And Nick Keeley, the kick was always to the advantage of Taylor Garner.
Well, that's one thing about Pinks now that you know, that in essence, you could turn this into a 3-4 kick strategy for goal if you were going straight down the middle here.
So back in the middle, Pinks Reserve 2-1-13. Park Orchards lead by only 2. South Belgrave 1-5-11. Competitive work by Tucker. Gets it to the ground, but Mazzono tries to get a kick out, but he was tackled. Goes off the ground again to South Belgrave to get it to half forward, but it's so wide, it's just kept in. Flying kick, not marked because it had so much ferocity on the kick. And off hands and out of bounds at the 50-metre arc. Out of side.
I think Simonson was a bit unlucky there. I thought he was shepherded out of the contest there.
It seemed like he got underneath it, so there might have been a reason.
Yeah.
Rucks go at it. The wind, it is taking it towards goal, so the ruck never got to it, but Tucker's first to respond, gets a hand pass, it just can't fumble around. No shot at goal for South Belgrave in the end. Clearing kick by Hickey. It's been marked by South Belgrave. It's in the hands of Muirhead. So from the centre of Pinks Reserve, loads up a long ball. Garner's got underneath it. The wind's taken it too long, and the defence are happy to see that it goes close to the line without hands by Garner. So it's been conceded for a rush point. Or do you give that to Muirhead from the middle?
Give it to Muirhead.
Wow, that's 80 metres? Well, not on the fly, but that's a long kick. So the wind is pretty forceful.
Bryce Inglis with the kick in. Oh no, spilled out of the hands of Kane Capel. That's a big mistake. And Park Orchards will concede that stoppage.
Well, they're clapping him. Is that a South Belgrave supporter or is it a Park Orchard supporter?
I'd say South Belgrave on the evidence of that. That's one that Kane Capel would want back.
But they're all the same colours, Jared.
So into play, into the ruck contest was Livingston for Park Orchards, was able to get it down. Oh, twisting this way and that, wasn't able to get it free. It came to Webb. he was tackled viciously by Tim Smith. Another stoppage in the forward line for South Belgrave. They could generate something here. Livingston tried to get the tab down. Garner's there. He had to lay the tackle. It's a 1-point lead that the Sharks are defending at the moment, and they're having to defend hard. Livingston goes up again. Whistle's gone. Which way will the free kick go? It'll be another shot at goal to Taylor Garner.
I think the most noticeable thing for South Belgrave in the last 5 minutes that I've noticed is their tackling pressure on the ball carrier has gone up a notch here.
And it's not just in their forward line as well. It's they were able to stop a 4A forward by Park Orchards with that pressure a few minutes ago. But Taylor Garner, he'll come in. Second goal for South Belgrave on offer. Second goal for Taylor Garner on offer. And he's put it through. This man could be big today.
He doesn't miss often. He does not miss often, and that's why he's kicked over 60 goals. So it's over 60 goals. 67. That's his 69th goal for the season.
Started making them pay for their turnovers as well. That's 9 turnovers to 5.
Yeah, you're right.
What's the tackle count? Is it showing?
Tackle count. It is 6-3 in favour of South Belgrave.
Yeah, so that's going on what Brash said. So the perspective he had there is validated by the stats. So they're starting getting involved in this grand final. They've had 8 shots at goal, but they only lead by 5 to South Belgrave. The wind advantage is very plucky. It's getting to be about 20 metres on each kick. From the back of the square, the hand pass gets rushed backwards. South Belgrave, they just can't go forward because they're trying to share it with each other and they're running back to the Park Orchards goal. Finally, they get a kick, but they've lost ground. All up have South Belgrave. Now finally they channel a pass through the middle. Dureo gets it over to Tim Smith on the run. Bouncing ball doesn't get to the hit-up lead. So they go again through the middle through Dureo. Ricardo gets a hand pass backwards. They're trying to share it around. Now the kick around the corner on the bounce. Tim Smith couldn't grab it. So Park Orchard's under a heap of pressure. Trying to sprint onto it. Nearly worked out for Chapman. And he got taken high. He was quick on the ball. He just didn't grab it on first attempt. And the tackle was indiscriminate over the shoulder. So Chapman looks at options behind before he looks forward. Where's Garner? Long ball will go to the top of the goal square. Flyers go at it. Park Orchard's defence hold up to get it to ground where they have a rover. But the kick's going to be chopped off. Tim Smith drops it. He was probably worried about ground. Hit on him. Tackle though, flies in. Wind. Nearly a turnover ball to Tim Smith. The tackle was very effective, but it went out of bounds.
Tell you what, he was lucky there not to get pinged for the sling tackle there, Daniel Wind, because that could have turned out very nasty then.
Yeah, it's interesting just to go back on the marking contests and probably running with the flight of the ball. It seems like the wind's actually affecting how it comes to hand as well. So it'll be interesting how the conditions play out with players' nerves versus the conditions. Might not make it easy at ground level. At ground level, Dureo Calvin can't get a hold of it, and he's appealing to the umpire, and he does get the free kick for being held without holding the ball. So Dureo looks right, which is the middle of the ground. No options are presenting there. So where I think the best kick is, well, he's gone into a hot spot 40 metres out, but it wasn't read by any of his teammates. It's been chopped off, and Park Orchard sigh of relief in that. No score, but that kick has gone straight to Simonson, and he's probably as shocked as I am that he was the man to mark it, because that was like a hit-up pass, that one. And he's going to have a shot at goal.
Well, why wouldn't you? If you've got the breeze behind you.
He is literally 60 metres beyond for this kick. The man on the mark's 55-ish. Long ball, right post, riding the wind, goes all the way to the line, defence hold up, knock it over. Minor score. Whether he got too much height, it just dropped short. Minor score, 2-7-19. South Belgrave lead by a goal in effect. Park Orchard 2-1-13.
Liam Webb brought this one in. McAuliffe takes the mark. Trying to direct a bit of traffic because the Sharks are hemmed in here as they have constantly been this quarter. Just about. No mark taken down there. Well, it was actually. So Sharks finally escape their defence. Livingston the option down the line. Didn't take the mark.
It's basically been a game of 2 halves and a quarter here. Park Orchard.
Is that an eighth?
Yeah. Park Orchard's basically dominated possession in their forward 50 for the opening 10 minutes, but South Belgrave, with their tackling pressure, have really turned the screws in the last 10 minutes.
So in this game of eighths, South Belgrave will try and escape the clearance, weren't able to do so. It's come to Price Inglis, bouncing ball into the middle of the ground. Young read it really well, looping handball, flying shot at it by Dorayo, wasn't able to lay purchase, but Simonson got the inside 50, bouncing back was McAuliffe, good rebound for the Park Orchard Sharks. Keppel was the option out there, not able to take the mark, was just too far out in front of him, and who knows, maybe the wind took that one away from him.
Do you think the 2 early goals for Park Orchards is a win for them scoreboard-wise? Because the wind advantage has to be at least 2 goals.
Yeah, you're right, Gav. I think they could prove vital as the game goes on.
We've gone 23 minutes in this first quarter. Park Orchards just hanging on a little bit. This is Bromley, sends it high. Oh, Smith comes out and marks. He didn't have any right to. He tried to play on, and it was smothered. Who smothered that? I want to know. I think it was Liam Webb.
Was he
Or was
called
it
to
Mason
play on?
Blakey?
He was called to play on,
He was
yeah.
called to play on. Oh, okay. Jeez. Oh, I thought it was an odd decision. So, Chappell will take the ruck contest against Tucker. It falls to ground. Peters just held up by Blakey. Sorry, not Blakey, Keppel. Tucker with the tap. Now, going this way and that, but holding the ball, Tom Wilson. No. Gee.
Well, Tim Smith felt he was the umpire there. He already called it. He stopped playing. Said the umpire, that's surely holding the ball.
I really thought it would have been, but bit of lenience by the umpires. Park Orchards still just digging their heels in at the moment, but Simonson could break them with another goal. It was touched. And he appeals. Exasperated look on his face there. But Park Orchards will take the kick in again.
It's a good effort to smother, considering he's on the right foot and the defender's on the left side.
Yeah, absolutely. 13 inside 50s to 5 as well now in favour of South Belgrave.
So whatever way they're forcing these misses, well, they're not going to force a miss if they keep kicking it back to you. South Belgrave. I was talking about Park Orchards being let off the hook with all the misses, and maybe their defence is the reason why. But the defence has decided to kick it back to them a few times. Now Tim Smith just stood on the 50-metre arc, and he really didn't have a contest to beat when he took the mark.
I got a feeling the turnover is going to be the most important stat this afternoon due to the prevailing conditions, I reckon.
13
well, they've got
turnovers.
to work. The kick out has to be smarter. Either run it out or go sideways first. Get some length. Second kick. Tim Smith from 45, missing to the left. I think the prevailing wind might be going across goals. Minus score, let off again. 2-9-21 South Belgrave. 8 behind advantage. 2-1-13 Park Orchards.
Similar looking game, Ryan, to the reserves, only it was Park Orchards not taking their opportunities early.
Yeah, correct in that second term. So I think it's more of a 3 to 4 goal breeze as well.
That's out in the full.
Oh, nearly. Oh, just under duress there, Jay Whitnish. Didn't take the mark, but it... front on contact.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So Park Orchards just navigating this puzzle that... Reluctant to go down the line from there, but Price Inglis, he wants to send it longer. Mark taken by Liam Webb, and he's been run down. No, not quite. Schaefer was there as an option for the handball. Now bouncing down the ground is McAuliffe. Sends it inside 50, finally for Park Orchards. Heron, can he make South Belgrave pay? He can. Missing their opportunities, the Saints. Park Orchards take theirs.
Well, Liam Webb can count his lucky stars there.
Oh.
That Schaefer was right there to take that handball, because otherwise he was going to get pinged.
Wow.
Yeah, interesting decision to bounce the ball at centre half back, don't you reckon?
Yeah, well, he was probably back in his own speed.
Boundary.
And probably thought he had 5 yards. Raymond.
Yeah, look, it's amazing, isn't it? One team has a ball in their forward 50 for 8 or 9 minutes, and the other team takes it down the other end and gets a score.
See it time and again in footy, don't we?
Against the wind, advantage. Park Orchards lead by 2 points as we approach quarter time. South Belgrave will be keen to get this clearance, but it goes away. Smothered ball, so I have to recall that comment. Now the kick goes Mazzoni. Bouncing ball into the pocket. It beats everyone, including De Gates.
As much as he got tackled there, Liam Webb, just on that last play, I like the endeavour to just run it, rather than kicking it into the wind.
Oh no, I think he was back in his own judgment,
Yeah.
which is what you've got to do.
Throw in Tucker first at it. Didn't really have a shot. Pack smothered it in the end. Can Park Orchards get out of defence? They go wide, maybe too wide. That's where the wind's pushing it across. But thankfully, Heron was there to get a hand before it went out of bounds on the full. So I reckon it's a 20-metre advantage to kick, but it is a bit right to left going to the Canterbury Road end. So when that clearing kick went, it nearly went out on the full for Park Orchards. Rucks go at it. It's Garner this time. Knocks it forward. Ground level. Price English sharks it, but he can't get out of a tackle, and it's been handed to the umpire. 50-metre arc is where the ball up is. Can South Belgrave take a lead into quarter time? They trail by 2, smothered by Tim Smith. He's been doing a lot except kicking goals this quarter. 2 misses, but he takes it out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. Looking at the score as we approach beyond 28 minutes. Park Orchards 3-1-19 and South Belgrave 2-9-21. I've got it mixed around. South Belgrave lead by that many points. They lead by 2. Long kick into the pocket. Tucker can't mark it. Expecting Garner to be on it, but it was Tucker who's doing some ruck now moving forward. So the fact that they've brought in Mitch Garner into the ruck now late in the corner sees Tucker play forward doing the ruck duties. 30 metres out. He appealed to the umpire who's held off the ruck contest. No whistle for him. 21 plays 19. South Belgrave lead. Only a 2-point lead with the wind advantage going to the Canterbury Road end. 3-2. Advantage of Park Orchards. Ruck again. Tucker gets taken down. This time it's a dumping tackle, says the umpire. And the ruckman who went to ground under the influence of his opponent is going to have a shot at goal from point blank range. What do you think of that decision, boys?
I would have let it go. Play on.
Yeah,
so I think
have to agree.
He's been brushed off a few times, and this time the umpire said, well, sometimes it's got to be the opponent's fault. And in terms of being tackled to the ground, Tucker from 15 metres out will have to put it inside the right post just in case. He does so, and it's straight through the middle in the end. And now they're equal on terms and goals, but they've got so many scores on the board. It's an 8-point advantage coming into quarter time. 3-9-27 South Belgrave to Park Orchards 3-1-19.
So they'd almost desperately needed that one as well. And they've had 10 more inside 50s in Park Orchards. They've been able to obviously capitalise in one way on the scoreboard through their turnovers, just haven't been able to convert through with the goals. So that's a very key one, and also gets Tucker involved too.
Absolutely. Just a sigh of relief there for South Belgrave, but they probably want to be a little bit more up, a little bit further in front. Heron, he's got some space to work in if he can find the ball, but he's pressurised and had to turn tackler in the end on Dunstan. Ball up on the near side wing. We've gone over half an hour of game time. Garner will get this tap down. It was a nicely considered tap, and it came out to Dario. But turnover, Park Orchards. Chappelle ends up in the tackle there by Mitch Garner. He's pushing the back. So
sat on him in the end.
Chappelle will send it forward. Options.
It was just a bit
presenting themselves. Who's he found down there? Well, it's hard for us to see because the it's out in the full. Thank you, Gav. Just a little bit blindsided by the I suppose Veranda. And the free kick will go the way of South Belgrave. They'll find the corridor. No, centre wing. Good punch by Keppel. Into a dangerous spot, though. Running back onto it is Henry Amir. Oh, couldn't handle it. Pressure comes now. They've invited this, Park Orchards. Mazzone with the turnover. He, in turn, turns it over and just hoofing it out of there. Park Orchards, but first to it is Dunstan. I'm sure the Sharks wanted that to go over the boundary line. Dunstan handed it off, but his man got tackled, and it was Nick Keeley, and it's a ball up. We've gone nearly 32 minutes here. the first quarter. Garner gets the tap down. Roved by Keppel. His kick was smothered, came back to a shark, and now fighting for it down there was Downey.
It's been quiet in the first quarter, Lewis Downey.
Might want to play up the ground a little bit further to get himself into the game, but we'll see.
We'll see the second term. They'll get more inside 50s.
Yeah.
And
Muirhead took the kick back in. Mazzone to the hot spot. The Tall Timber set themselves, roving at ground level after it came off hands as Bartels. Bouncing ball towards the goal square. Park Orchard's playing in front. Keppel receives the handball. High ball out of defence. It's going to come right back though because Garner's there to take the mark. Oh, beautiful stuff by Heron to affect the contest. Wasn't able to stop Garner laying hands on it, but the free kick's been given away and Liam Jeffs will exit defence for Park Orchards.
That was really good poise there by Park Orchards.
On to centre wing. Chappelle will set himself. He had Liu for company as the siren goes, and Park Orchards will breathe a bit of a sigh of relief there, I think, because they probably didn't want that to go on much longer. South Belgrave 3-9-27, Park Orchards 3-1-19. Division 1 grand final action here from Pink's Reserve. I'll quickly go through the goal scorers. 2 to Taylor Garner, 1 to Clay Tucker, and then singles for Park Orchards to Sam Heron, Tom Livingston and Alexander Makrikanis. We'll be back with you for the second quarter after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFLNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Division 1 Grand Final of the EFLNL. Park Orchards versus South Belgrave at Pink's Reserve. Kilsyth, quarter time score. Park Orchards 3-1-19. Trailing South Belgrave 3-9-27. Yes, you heard that right. 8-point margin is all in points. South Belgrave kicking with a distinct advantage to the Canterbury Road end. It may be goals. We'll actually have to wait and see what the second term offers up. But we'll go to our special comments team with stats to talk about the first quarter in review. If you're ready with that, Ryan.
Yeah, I'll go with some insight here, Gav.
Brash,
I thought that the opening quarter, I think, like I said, I think it was a half. It was basically two halves in a quarter. I think Park Orchards dominated in the first opening 10 to 12 minutes, and were winning the ball out of the midfield. Whereas I just thought after that, I think South Belgrave, they totaled up on their man. Their tackling pressure was a lot more fierce and a lot more directed, and they started getting the ball on their terms and started to try and use the wind to its fullest advantage. 3 goals, 9, probably a poor return considering what it could have been. I think they've left, in my opinion, at least 3 goals on the ground.
Yep.
I reckon they should be around 6-6 to 3-1, but I don't think we're going to get a proper perspective of what that is until half-time, Ryan.
Well, that's right. At half-time, it'd probably tell the real story. But at quarter-time, some of those key stats. So inside 50 count, that's 17-6 in favour of South Belgrave. Expect probably something similar in Park Orchards this quarter, and that might even up. And guys like Downey, which you've mentioned, probably will get a little bit more involved, and Keppel and these guys as well. But the kicks, 48-43 in favour of Park Orchards, 26-20 in the handballs. Marks 16-15, so not much difference there. Tackle pressure's been good by both sides. Some of the score sources, obviously the turnovers have been a big thing. They've scored 1 goal, 8 from turnovers. And we will go down to the boundary because Blake Tennant does have one of the coaches with him.
Okay, just down here, Leo, what do you think of that quarter? You know, you had a fast start against them, and then they hit back as a good South Belgrave team does. But what was the key messages for that first quarter?
Yeah, it was really good moments for them in that quarter. We had a good, so now it's playing our game in the second quarter. So.
And any changes around? You know, I think Paris was heavily talking about score on turnover. Is that something you want to try to implement for this second quarter and moving on for the second half?
Yeah, absolutely. Just utilise that speed and speed on turnover. Go with the open space to grass.
And handball routines, is that another big talking point as well, with, you know, handballing to players and, you know, getting good space, open looks, and, you know, you kick into pretty much the right of the screen where the scoring has heavily been, and I know South Belgrave kick inaccurately there. Is that something as well that you want to utilise?
Hopefully just, take our shots when we have them and make the most of them so we capitalise.
No worries, enjoy the rest of the game.
Thanks, Blake, with the assistant coach at Park Orchards. Talking about Paris Harvey's huddle, we'll get the perspective from South Belgrave in a moment from Ray Baird. But as the players start to come to their positions and the big supporter bases for both clubs, they are well supported, effectively second division clubs, aren't they?
Well, and
boundary.
Go, off you go, Raymond.
I got Christian, a little bit slow to start off, but then you controlled the football, but wasted opportunities down there, mate.
Yeah, you just got to kick goals, don't you, in footy? It's important, isn't it?
Just breaking up a little bit there is Ray.
Wonder if it's a wind interfering.
Yeah, perhaps.
5 minutes, they were able to hit the scoreboard early, so they showed that you can kick against the wind as well and kick a winning score. So and hopefully we kick 2 or 3 as well.
Yeah, you mentioned in your speech that they had 7 inside 50s or something, and they scored, so you've got to tighten that up as well.
Well, 7 inside 50s is not that much, but they were able to score 4 times out of 7. So, they're a good side, so we know that.
Right, thanks, mate.
Thank you to Ray getting the interview. Unfortunately, it broke up, and Brash, we can't talk about Ray and winding. It's a sore topic historically.
Off limits.
That's a real in-joke there. Sorry, Ray.
Do you want me to elaborate what he said?
Yes, please.
Go for it.
Now, what he said, the thing that upset him most was they only had 7 inside 50s, but they scored out of most of them. So it was, and of course, in inaccuracy. But he said what they want to do this quarter is keep the ball over on the clubroom side, because if they've got to watch it, because if they switch to this side, they're going to be split open by Park Orchards.
Well, that's right. They've scored over 50% of the time once they have gone forward. And obviously they're going to get more looks at it this quarter, you'd have to think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Park Orchards, they'll be good enough to convert their chances.
Well, then
if they're able to navigate the wind.
Well, then that obviously means that they're quite prepared to sacrifice the switch. If they want to keep the ball over this side of the ground, then you you're giving Park Orchards the fat side for the majority of the quarter.
And they'll love running down that.
Yeah.
Because that's the sort of team that they are.
Well, okay, we'll see how that plays out.
Absolutely. Ball held aloft, and we're underway for the second quarter. Grand final action in Division 1. Chappelle to go against Tucker for this ruck contest. Swinging a boot at it was Keppel. He'll send it to centre half forward in a wrestle there at ground level now. Peters kicks it off the deck. It's South Belgrave trying to share it through hands. Tim Smith, he's worked his way into the contest. Hickey gets bumped off it by Smith. The bigger body going hard there. Garner wrapped up. That's Damien Garner, for those wondering.
Park Orchards will hope to get Downey and Prosenak more involved in this second quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of the major goal kickers for South Belgrave this year, especially Lewis Downey will have a secondary stoppage, especially Lewis Downey with those 60 goals for the year.
Thing is, though, with Lewis Downey, he doesn't need many possessions to turn a game, and he can turn it in 5 or 6 minutes when he's on.
No, if the ball goes near him and he's on, and if he's on, as you say, Brass, then he's going to do something. Tertiary stoppage. As this time it was Mitch Garner wrapped up in the Hickey tackle.
And you can tell from both sides that they're worried about each other's outside run. They're really doing it and making it a real stoppage type game.
And there ought to be no clean possession by Garner this time, so it's built to Wilson. Ball into the pocket for Park Orchards. It's just going to trickle away harmlessly over the goal line for a point.
The smart thing about keeping the play shallow by South Belgrave is that you've got to push the ball across goal to get a proper score for Park Orchard. So it's a smart move trying to keep it on this side. The kick out not marked by Garner. Damien Garner couldn't take the mark. He claps his hands together in frustration that he spilt that mark coming out of defence. So it'll be a ball up, still in Park Orchard's area. Mitch Garner gets beaten by Chappell. Top down inside 50s, another wrap up as the pack is pretty large around this ruck contest. And I think South Belgrave want to get as many numbers as they can behind the ball effectively, just to get that last hands before any scoring shot. Tim Smith spinning around. He gets a hand pass off to a teammate. The kickers rush. Park Orchards, they've got their wall, but the ball bounces in the favour of Mazzoni. Hand pass inboard. Here's a clever switch of play. Peters on the end of it. He's got one player to hit up and he finds him in Dureo. He looks longer. 1v1. The fly at Durgic. Got it.
That's really good play there by South Belgrave. Really good play. They worked their way out of a shoebox then and hit their targets.
Yeah, Schaefer was the only man in defence for Park Orchards, but he was underneath the ball, even with the wind advantage. It was a penetrating kick by Calvin Dureo.
Well, Durgax has kicked 27 goals in the reserves and has obviously been brought in to do a job here for South Belgrave this afternoon as a goal kicker.
Christopher Durgac. Well, it's gone all over the place. There's cheers, there's tears, and eventually the goal umpire said it missed to the left.
Oh, dear.
So it looked like it centred too late.
He liked it off the boot.
He did.
I didn't call it early, so it was never going to be. So it was a minor score for South Belgrave. Another one. They lead by 8.
Straight up the corridor for Park Orchards. It was lucky for them. It came off hands. Keppel's kick ricocheted off Tim Smith. Macrocanis is there to help out. He goes again. Escapes the Smith tackle. Macrocanis back to Keppel. They're forcing it forward here at Park Orchards. South Belgrave in position 1A in defence, however, trying to tap it in front of himself, but he's got Downey for company. But the boundary line made sure they ran out of room.
Immediately, the South Belgrave player was looking for the boundary line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you would. You've got Lewis Downey on your tail.
Yeah, but it could have been, if they had gone out of bounds, it could have been misconstrued.
So the ball in, as we've seen so many times today, if you were watching the reserves game, was wind affected. So no contest, and we'll bring it back to the boundary umpire.
You know, Jared, I was here for their 19s, and at half-time it was magnificent. No wind. Both sides in the 19s were scoring freely, and then after half-time, the wind decided to play havoc for the rest of the afternoon.
Take us back. So South Belgrave will escape defence pretty easily. No pressure on that one, but Chappelle stuck himself down the line. Will want that back because he just spilt it out of his hands.
Oh, that was a finger breaker, that one. Did you see the spin of the ball? It went every way that it could orbit.
Yeah, that's true. It was a bit of a chaotic ball out of defence, but South Belgrave Let's see if they are able to move the ball down the ground like Park Orchard's last quarter weren't able to. Taking front position is Garner. Will be able to tap it down, try and rove his own ball. In the end, Smith is there, buries his way in, but tackled by Hickey. Another stoppage. We've had quite a few stoppages specifically here. I wonder if that's where the ball's going to get stuck. Garner taps it behind himself. I think he intended to tap it to his brother, Damien, but just had a little bit too much mustard on it and went over the line. 3-2-20, that's Park Orchard's score. 3-10-28 for South Belgrave. We're gone nearly 5.5 minutes in this second quarter. Gav Casey to take us away.
Garner versus Chappell. Garner, good body position, knocks it down to his feet, hoping for his rover to run onto it. Good work, though, to get it to Tim Smith. Oh, no, sorry, that's Wind, who got over the shoulder. He shakes off the tackle, and he gets a nice spearing pass off to his teammate. So as Dunstan looks at options, goes in the middle. This could be either risk or reward. It's risky because the spoiled attempt goes and hits Blakey. Blakey spills it on the tackle. So here they go now, South Belgrave. Big pass in by Peters. Ground level picked off by Garner. Garner's spinning. He hasn't decided what he's doing yet. Now he finds an outlet ball and he goes backwards and sideways, but he hits a target. And Simonson will have the shot from 45. Probably outside range. He had a shot from 65 first quarter. From 45, he says, I'm no chance.
Actually, he could have had the shot, Taylor Garner, but did the unselfish thing there.
Yeah, he was evading tackles, then he was looking at options, took his time in all things. Long kick, it's going to drop short. Is Garner in position? Pack forms, ground level. No one can get a foot to it before it goes over the line. Minor score. We've said that one before. South Belgrave 3-11-29. Lead by 9 points. Park Orchard's 3-2-20. Kick-out's quick. Might be a turnover ball, but Park Orchard's good enough to get it.
Tap along by Park Orchards, but it's going to come right back for South Belgrave. But getting in the way was Price Inglis, I believe. Now mark being taken. Sends it down the line. Is it going to be a downfield free kick, I think, for Park Orchards? Was he hit after he kicked it? Seems like it. Prozenak to take the free kick, and he's going to have to be brought back behind his mark. So umpires just halting play in all sorts of ways at the moment.
Wrong man. Unlucky for Park Orchards.
Yep. Well, that is unlucky.
Because they had 3 men, the longest options, and South Belgrave defence were just forlorn looking on as the kick would have hit a target.
So Lewis Downey playing a bit of a ways up the ground for this one. Sends it to the hot spot. It's mostly white jumpers down there. Those spills to ground. Picked up by Dunstan. And his handball found a man whose kick skewed off the side of the boot. And it seems to be always me calling when it gets stuck over here.
Well, it's where the entire reserves game was played out on this wing.
Absolutely.
The other thing with when the prevailing wind conditions are like that, you normally find that a couple of midfielders will drop back in the back 6 and make it an 8-man defensive unit.
That might be what South Belgrave's doing at the moment. Tucker was just knocked out of it. Prozenak has his kick smothered, and it's a dangerous spot here. Simonson to burn off his opponents. Oh, just nearly tackled. The handball missed Mazzone. South Belgrave recover the ball, but Park Orchards have worked up. Peters, his ball bounced straight to Young. That was very lucky, and his low chiseling option found Degach. So Christopher Degach, one of the main goal kickers, the main goal kicker in the South Belgrave reserves side. You wonder how the reserves game would have gone with him in. But he will take this shot at goal in the senior men's grand final. Only kicked 6 goals for the seniors this year. This would be a huge one to try and press the advantage, extend the lead, and big the South Belgrave crowd up because he's done just that. Chris Degach. He may yet make his mark on the senior side this year.
Actually, South Belgrave have played probably the perfect 10 minutes against the Breeze here in this quarter. They've really given no width here for Park Orchards to kick the ball or run into any space, but they've been able to hold their structure, and then they've been able to break the lines around.
Yeah, and 7-3 in the hit-outs too, so they've pretty much owned that from the start, 22-12 across the entire game thus far.
Back in the middle we go. The Rucks, that was really awful run out of Chappell, but he gets a free kick.
Really?
He totally went through the contest, and Tucker's like, he ran into me more than anything. Or ran underneath him, I would reckon. Long kick out goes the way of Park Orchards, so the centre clearance goes their way. Ground level, ball's bouncing around. It's a hot potato there. Kick off the ground, might fall the way. Sharing around, flying shot by Hickey around the corner. And what was a hot potato turned into a golden kick at goal as Hickey was outside all that indiscriminate play, and he took the hand pass receive and hooked it around on his left foot from 40 metres out. Quick reply for Park Orchards, 1 goal apiece early in this second term. They move on to 4-2-26, trailing South Belgrave. I think they're 4-11-35.
Yeah, well, they did need that goal, Gav, because it it was actually a slice of luck that they got that free kick in the midfield. I actually thought it was going the other way.
It should have, really. He was like a 10-pin bowling board with the other ruckman as Skittles.
Exactly.
11 minutes gone in the second quarter. Park Orchards pegging back that lead, countering that Dagach goal from before. Back into the middle we go. Tucker to take this ruck contest for the Saints. He goes high but didn't win the tap. Hickey was first to it, but Mazzone stole it off him. He was on the deck though, so the umpire will bring this back up.
Neither side's forward 50 are ruling the roost here. It's the midfield where this game's going to be won, I reckon.
Non-controlling umpire picked out a free kick against Kane Young. It's going to go the way of... This is Kieran Hickey again. Starting to inject himself into the game is Hickey. He's had a good second quarter and finds a great mark in Connor Hickey, his brother. Bouncing ball in front of Downey. Manages to get the handball back. And that was a tiny, tiny kick.
That's not...
And it's not 15 at all, but it is the number 15 in Tom Livingston.
I'll give that a 11.5.
So Tom Livingston...
Boundary.
Ray Baird.
I reckon that ran about 1.5 meters.
So Tom Livingston, he's going to have to kick it a lot longer than that if he's going to score. He found the space, but no one ran into that space, and Mazzoni was first to it. James Parsons laid the tackle. Mazzoni on the deck.
Well, the umpire wasn't going to pay the free kick because Mazzoni really had no prior opportunity as soon as he was tackled.
Absolutely. Going high, the Park Orchards, Ruckman and Keppel now has to go low to try and extract the ball, but it was Peters who did that instead. Down the line, mark being taken. Brilliant intercept by Henry Amir. Where to from here for Amir? Back towards to trust the tall timber, but it's that of South Belgrave who went out instead. Exiting defence. Oh, nearly reeling it in was Ricardo Durayo. Just managed to duck away from a tackle. Turnover, Park Orchards. Oh, ricochet ball back to Jeffs, sharing it round. It's now Whitnish. High ball into the pocket, and it's, I think, going to be South Belgrave again. Beautiful stuff by Tucker, just affecting the contest, but didn't take the mark.
That wasn't the intended place for that kick of Whitnish.
No.
That was meant to be going through the goals.
Yeah. Skewed off the side of the boot. I wondered why he hung it up so high. Back into play. Taking it out of the ruck contest, Keppel, but Peters, he's done well in the clinches. There's Charlie Peters. Brilliant mark. Whoa. High contact free kick going to the way of Blake Simonson anyway. They're out here, South Belgrave. If it sits for Durayo, manages to shrug a tackle, feign with a handball and send it to the one-on-one. Dagach sticks the mid out, doesn't quite reel it in. And it's Amir or Schaefer instead, just to get it away. Magnano under pressure, so is Livingston. Saints surround him. McAuliffe is there as well to try and help out. Ball still in dispute. Beautiful little tap to Magnano, and Park Orchards will go forward again. Mark taken out, chest mark taken by Keppel. Sent it to the pocket. I don't think Connor Hickey was expecting that. it's skewed off the side of the boot anyway.
You'd have to be in one of the cars to expect it.
I don't think the boundary line was expecting it either.
No.
10th inside 50 for the quarter as well for Park Orchards, 4 to South Belgrave.
Boundary throw in 40 metres from the goals of Park Orchards. They haven't made any inroads in this quarter time deficit, but they'll have another shot at goal soon perhaps. The flying shot from the stoppage misses everything, bounces before it goes back on full, so it's still within range for Park Orchards. The wind advantage is not necessarily a goal advantage as we're noticing.
I think that's because South Belgrave's playing it well.
They haven't had too many marks inside 50 either, just the one for the quarter.
Keppel was in the ruck duties for Park Orchard's front position, but the punch came from beyond him with his opponent knocking it back where it came from, so it's out of bounds again. 5 metres around from the point post. Park Orchards 4-2-26, trailing 4-11-35, South Belgrave.
Well, both sides are only averaging around 10 or 11 marks in their forward 50 per match, so...
Price Inglis gets out of trouble, kicks around the corner. It's going to be marked, dropped. It was in the hands. It was grasp of the chest, but Connor Hickey, as he fell to the ground, the ball fell out of his grasp, and it's dribbled out of bounds. So Price Inglis' quick kick from the disputed contest didn't turn into a mark inside 50. Rucks go at it again, ground level. South Belgrave got the numbers, first hands on the board, but they're being tackled. Flies out, kick, Parsons, goes straight up in the air to the pocket right side and will go out of bounds right side now. And I think both teams need Google Maps for the goals because they really just trying to get it forward, but there is a wall of defence right near the goals that is holding up nicely for both teams, doing smartly in defence. But can Park Orchards matter off the ground? Quick kick, as I was rambling on, from the ruck contest. The kick off the ground nearly turned into a score of a goal, but it's a minor one for Park Orchards, 4-3-27 to 4-11-35. It's back to the quarter time margin of 8 points, 17 minutes played, second term.
Kane Young brings it in, one of a few former Rowville men playing for South Belgrave today. Mark taken by Ryan Silver. Has played for too many teams to list right now. Tim Smith takes the mark. Searching for options, still kicking into the wind right now, South Belgrave, defending an 8-point lead. We've gone 17 minutes in this second quarter. Grand final action in Division 1. The pack forms, crashes to ground. Roving it well was Bartels. Spills out to Taylor Gunn, and now he's worked his way up the ground for this one. To Gatch is going to have to sprint after it. Working back well was Sam Heron, copped a bump. And the umpire said that was a high bump. So Sam Heron will be able to just consider what to do from here to try and exit the Sharks' defence. He's kicked a goal today, the wingman, in a good move where he was able to outflank the South Belgrave defence. He's going to send it right up the middle because there was a man with no one on him. It was Tom Livingston, and now it's a 2-on-2 situation, but the kick was not to the advantage of anyone in the Park Orchards Guernsey. And the mark's been swallowed up by Tyrese Liu.
The half-forward line of both sides are really struggling to get into the contest here.
High ball onto the wing. A wrestle ensues, but it's come to ground. Mason Blakey roved it well. Back into the forward line for Park Orchards. Bouncing ball. Nervy times for the South Belgrave defence, but Ryan Silver had the composure to rush it over under pressure.
Been one of the best today, I reckon, Silver. Not really getting beaten in the one-on-ones, and the ball flying over his head when he had the skates on it would have been scary.
Yes.
But he was first one back and knocked it over for point. So the long kick out, is it long enough? We've seen a lot of kick outs being marked by the opposition. Park Orchards had to go the pump. Hickey at Price Inglis at ground level couldn't get a kick inside 50, so South Belgrave pick it off, and the kick finds a target in Bartels. Half forward, he's got a runner. The hand pass was delayed, it never happened. So Bartels goes around the man on the mark, gets it inside 50, running with the flight in the end was Garner. He couldn't get back onto it. Hand pass might be chopped off by DeReo. He missed the ball, did Ricardo. He wasn't looking at the ball in the end, he was trying to see what his opponent was going to do first. And it means it's a Shepherd push-off, holding the man, free kick to Park Orchards, who are lucky there because the kick to Garner just missed him. Kick across ground by McAuliffe is a smart one. The switch was good. Finds his teammate in Webb. Webb loads up a kick, finds another target. Heron got a man inside. Livingston on the bounce, he missed it. And if he only grabbed it, they were on where Park Orchards, the middle of Pink's reserve. but 3 connecting passes didn't result in another. As they went from one pocket to the other, finally got into the middle. No clear possession one. Rucks go at it. South Belgrave first hands at it, trying to run with it was Chapman, but it's been turned over into the hands of Prosenak. Long ball, long! Well, I didn't know it was a shot at goal until it went through. From 60 metres out, it was a ball that went long, and in the end it went all the way through the goals. Prosenak's goal is a real skipper's effort. The 5th on the board, 5-4-34. They only trail by a point now, 4-11-35. Was I missing something? Was that always a shot at goal by Prosenak?
Oh, he was going for it.
I reckon he was.
Boundary.
Knowing
Boundary.
Michael Prosenak.
Go for it, Ray. Tell me.
Look, we had great view of that. He was definitely going for goal there, and if they can get him into the game a little bit more, he could be a match winner here, Prosenak.
I was about to say that, Ray. He's kicked 40 goals this year. That's a personal best for him. So he
But
is a match
I mean,
winner.
he could win a best on ground medal off
Yeah.
15 touches.
Yeah, exactly.
The way he plays and the impact he has.
Smart to know, 60 metres out, you're within range.
Yeah, especially with that wind blowing. Livingston extracted it. It found the boot of Blakey. He's going to send it to the wing. First to it. Oh, no, but missing it was Kai Windsor. Park Orchards to take it away now. Just bounces over the head of Lewis Downey. Into the pocket it goes. Downey, tenacious, still after it. But South Belgrave, composed until Keppel got in the way. Another shot at goal, but it's out in the full. Just a little bit rushed there. However, they're showing good forward line pressure at Park Orchards, Gav.
Yeah, now we've got a contest because we're in time on in the second term and we're talking about wind advantages, scores with and without it. The fact that you can run it out of defence and have a one-on-one opportunity the other end means that we've had a balanced half in effect. 35 plays 34. Park Orchard still got 8 or so minutes with the wind to turn around this slight deficit. Free kick goes the way of Wilson. So Tom Wilson got pushed off around that marking contest from centre forward, just outside range, goes long to the top of the goal square. The defence sets up nicely, punched down. Park Orchards, can they seize upon it? Webb tried to do so, but the defence, was he standing out when he kicked it? He hopes so, because it's either out on the full or out of bounds, depending. It was a metre out with his foot when he did kick it. What are we deciding here, umpires?
It's out in the full.
Well, Prosenak wants it. Don't know, he came from the other side of the ground to take that kick, but the umpire said he was already out, ball in.
Doubled their inside 50 count this quarter, 14-7, favour of Park Orchards.
Rucks go at it. Park Orchards trail by a point, doing all the attacking though in this second term as they would with this wind advantage. Smothered balls in tight. When there's 10 metres around it, your kick is finding it very hard to get out of that congestion. So picking himself up was Calvin Duray to hand the ball back to the umpire. 35 metres away from the goals of Park Orchards. Rucks wrestle, but South Belgrave do a clearing kick. Setting up nicely for the big specky. No mark for McAuliffe. He had to ride his teammates, come off worse Webb, because the knee went into his back rather than the opponent's. And it's a drop ball up, half forward for Park Orchards. Set up a good wall, so even if they can clear, hopefully for the Sharks, they can rebound it back as soon as it comes to them. Pressure's on the tackler. Blakey applied a tackle. So we'll have another ball up. Grandstand side of Pink's reserve, half forward. Park Orchards, Blakey couldn't get a fist to it to make a hand pass effective. And he goes the bump to knock his opponent in Peters out of bounds. So we've had a bit of a stalemate in the last couple of minutes. As we approach half-time, it's 34 plays 35. South Belgrave lead by 1 point.
I think South Belgrave have been the winners in this quarter.
Yeah, I have to agree. Just being able to defend this wind-assisted Park Orchards team well. Livingston, however, squeezes a quick out to Bryce Inglis. The kick, Blakey was the, Keppel was the intended target. Mark taken by Sam Muirhead in the pocket, however. If Park Orchards can get another goal on the board, they might go in with just a little bit more morale. Good punch away by Livingston. Not letting South Belgrave exit defence efficiently.
South Belgrave, when they move the ball into their forward 50, looks a lot more open than what it does when it goes into the Park Orchards forward 50, and they can't hit a target at the moment, Park Orchards.
No, you're absolutely right. They just don't have maybe the tall timber. The kicks inside 50 are pressurised.
I don't think it's necessarily the tall timber. Jared. I think it's just the fact
Oh,
that
25.
Oh, here we go. Well, this is a freebie potentially, or at least I've given away a shot at goal. Is it 25? Yeah.
It is.
Whether it's a dubious free kick, you got to be smart enough not to mouth off. The umpire's got zero tolerance for
especially in a
direct
grand-
language.
especially in a grand final, Gav.
Tom.
I know it doesn't. I know it's heightened in more magnitude in a grand final because goals in this game at the moment are a premium.
Tom Livingston.
He looks gassed.
He does. He can't wait for half time, perhaps. Tom Livingston, second goal of the day on offer. Oh, he's pushed it left. And Park Orchards.
He's
just
needed my
let South
tutorial.
Belgrave off again.
Right post, allow it to come back.
Yep. 5-5-35 to 4-11-35. 25 and a half minutes gone. Gav, you're right. They needed a little bit more consideration, perhaps, on that kick.
Yeah, I'm taking BT sort of angles, but I don't think there's any fat side, near side of anything. The wind is always going to push it across if you allow it to. 35 apiece. The ball's back in the hands of South Belgrave's kicker-outer. Long ball. Actually clears the 50. It's a good kick. Gunner's underneath it. Punch comes in from Livingston, who missed that shot at goal just then. Trying to redeem himself, knocks it to ground level and holds it in the area for the Sharks. So they'll have another chance to score before half-time. Getting late in this second term. It's all tied up in this Division 1 grand final. Tackles flying in. Jeffs does a bit of balking. Drops the ball in the end. Durao picks it up. Colvin hands it back to a teammate. Clearing kick goes to the wing. Flyers come at it. And the defence from Park Orchards punches, still stays in, works its way through Webb, goes inside 50, and that punch by Schaefer was fortuitous that it stayed in, and Park Orchards were on the spot to take advantage. It's in the hands of Magnano. He's got the ball 50 metres out. He is within range, but because he's on the left side, it has to be a more forceful kick across goals before the wind can work for you. He's going to go. Arc himself right, now puts it to the top of the goal square, doesn't get the journey in the end. Big mark in defence. And it's a holding decision going the way still of South Belgrave, so the big mark is turned into a big free kick.
Tyrese Liu took that mark, but his teammate gets the free kick instead, sending it forward. Can South Belgrave escape this time? No, Livingston had to turn tackler in the end, actually. Oh, it's still play on. Magnano gets another shot now into the goal square. Prozanak across the face. Just the one behind, and they're peppering away now in this past few minutes. Park Orchards, they move to 5-6-36. South Belgrave 4-11-35. 27 and a half minutes gone. We're in the shadows of halftime, Gav.
Boundary.
Ray, what have you got for us?
That's a handy point, boys. That's all I'll say.
Oh, they all count. And it's going to be a kick out. South Belgrave can't take the mark, so the pressure's on. It falls into the hands of Parsons. Parsons loads up, but again, he never had it on the right side of the left post, and it misses near side. So they miss again. They've got the jitters in front of goal, so it's contagious.
Probably keeps things even going into half-time, right? So there's one side either way that look better than the other.
Yeah, it will be interesting now with the evening up of missed chances, whether the stats confirm who's in front, because 5-7-37, Park Orchards leading just before half-time. South Belgrave 4-11-35.
Well, pretty similar. It's 19-7 in the inside 50 count to in favour of Park Orchards, which was pretty much what it was for South Belgrave in the first term.
Kane Young kicking it to, well, it became a hot, I was going to call it if there's a hot spot in the ground, this is the cold spot, but Garner took the mark, so South Belgrave can make it work for them. Onto the wing. Who's going to set themselves? Schaefer's there. Comes off hands. Oh, Bartel's taken without it. Burrowing was Bartel's again. In goes Keeley, tumbling over. Brutal combat on the wing. Very little movement though in terms of the ball. So the umpire will break it up, ball it up. Garner goes against Livingston in the right contest. Garner gains control of it. Busting through was Whitnish, taken away from him. Dunstan with the turnover. Managed to get the kick to Bartels. And a raid in front of him. There's a lot of Black Sharks jumpers. Will he be able to pick out the space, pick out a teammate? A flyer goes up for South Belgrave. It was Taylor Garner. at ground level was Cridland. A lot of work to do here for South Belgrave if they want a clear shot at goal. Can they do it? McAuliffe lays the tackle on Taylor Garner, brings him to ground.
The clearance has been the other key thing for Park Orchards this quarter. 13-7 and 3-0 in centre clearances.
But they don't have much to show for it though, Ryan.
Here we go again. Who will win this clearance? No one.
They've got the lead. You can take that if they can hold on and have the lead at half time.
Could it actually come down to the third quarter now? They could actually decide the contest.
The old premiership quarter. Dorio took hands on it and was swung round in the tackle. He got the handball away, but the umpire...
No, the whistle was before it, but geez, it was timely.
Yeah, it was.
Because Keeley was running straight into goal.
Good tap by Garner. Oh, shucked by Blakey, however, and weaving his way through. That was a nice little bit of play there, but it's going to come right back. No, it's not. Tim Smith had it stolen from him by the boot of Whitnish, charging down the ground and putting Liu under a lot of pressure. Now Park Orchards still at the arc, however. Prozanak was just dismissed by his man, and Simonson nearly took the mark. McAuliffe provided good pressure. Simonson, though, had the composure to get it to Peters. Down the ground, 2-on-2 action. Great punch over the top by Park Orchards. Bryce Inglis at the arc. Will try and use his leg speed. Gets it to Parsons. Bryce Inglis will get it back. Shrugs one tackle. Sends it to the arc. There's no one really there. It's just a kick to space. Downey charged out. Couldn't affect the contest, really. And the ball trickled over.
I thought that was a really poor option there.
Yep. I have to agree.
I mean, he's kicked it to space, but there was none of his players leading into the space.
Agree.
Ray
Brash, he had no other option, and he was absolutely spent when he kicked it.
That does make sense. Makrakanis tackled. Haven't heard much from him after 2 goals in the first quarter. Extracting it was Jeffs. Kick to the top of the goal square, but the siren beats all comers. And so it's Park Orchards 5-7-37, South Belgrave 4-11-35 at half-time in this Division 1 Grand Final. Do we have yet another close Grand Final here in the EFNL? This is footy at its best from Pinks Reserve in Kilsyth. We will be back with the half-time show after these ads.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au. deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFLNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFLNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Half time here at Pinks Reserve in the big Division 1 Grand Final between Park Orchards and South Belgrave, and it's been a really dour struggle here in the first half, and it sees Park Orchards leading 5-7-37 to South Belgrave, 4 goals 11-35. Goal kickers for Park Orchards, singles to Prosenak, Heron, Livingston, Kieran Hickey and Alexander Makrakanis, whilst for South Belgrave, Taylor Garner, the leading goal kicker on the ground, he's got 2, along with DeGarts with 1 and Clay Tucker with the other goal. Joining me for half time is Matt Spider-Lee and our media manager Ryan Long. And gentlemen, I described this as a dour struggle. It's going to be a very interesting second half because one of these two sides are going to have to break the motion, aren't they?
Well, they are, Brash, and I think when you look back at the first half of what we saw, I mean, South Belgrave were terrific in the first term. They really got the game on their terms. We looked at it and talked about it pre-game in terms of the inside to the outside. So, offense versus inside run, corridor use, and that's what South Belgrave are doing. They're not allowing Park Orchards to get the ball on the outside and with their offensive run. So what they're doing is they're playing very smart between the arcs, and they're just using the ball and chaining up the ball when going down the ground. And they could have easily been 6 or 7 goals in that first quarter. Yes, there was a lot of rush through behind. There was, but there was some long misses as well. So they had their opportunities. Park Orchards in that quarter. In the back end, they started to get a little bit more looks up to in their forward line, but it's been the defensive pressure by South Belgrave that I've been really impressed with, and their ability to be able to chain up and move the ball. I just think their inside work has been terrific so far, not allowing the Sharks to get on the outside.
Ryan, you got some stats that might matter here that might tell a bit of a story of the first half of this game?
Yeah, well, we've got the overall stats for the half time at the moment. Having a look at those inside 50s, that was, of course, that was the second quarter where there was the 17-6 inside 50s. Overall, the update for that one, it's pretty much even up after South Belgrave's first quarter. So overall, 28-27, so pretty even there. Very similar to what we saw in the first quarter to the second quarter, just vice versa, and it was Park Orchards that were doing all the attacking. Some of the other things that the score sources, when you have a look at that, for Park Orchards, and that probably goes back to your point, Spider, 70% of their score is coming from shallow inside 50s. Yep. They haven't got too many deep inside 50s, haven't been able to take too many marks inside 50 either. So
they haven't been allowed to because it's been the way that
South Belgrave's
defended, yeah.
Yeah, correct. So it hasn't probably worked out quite as well for them. Lewis Downey hasn't got involved just yet, but you look at him in the second half as someone who could certainly improve and get on the end of quite a few. So keep an eye on that one. But the tackles as well, Park Orchards, whether they were second the ball or just that ferocious around the contest, they owned the tackles in that quarter. They had, just having a quick look, they had 24-9 in that term. So 19 effective to 8. And then the midfield tackles, there was 15-7. So that was all in favour of Park Orchards in that second term, Brash.
Yeah, look, the other thing too, Ryan and Matt, when I look at the two forward lines in terms of the way both sides are moving it into their forward 50, there seems to be a lot of space for the South Belgrave forwards to run into, and it's been kept, and they're keeping their forward line open, where South Belgrave defence are working it really hard. Their back sets plus their midfield are pushing back to make it a really, really clogged up Park Orchards.
Yeah, it's a congested game, and that's what they do. So in terms of the way that South Belgrave want to play, they just trying to, when they get the ball down into their forward, they're giving themselves a chance to score. And look, they've had a number of opportunities to score, and I just feel at the moment this game is in the terms of what South Belgrave are doing. They're on top in those key areas. So there's a lot of work to do for Park Orchards. They've got a big opportunity. If they can be within striking distance at three-quarter time, they will have the advantage coming home. But if South Belgrave in the third term can set the game up, hit the scoreboard, they're going to really put the pressure on Park Orchards going into three-quarter time. They probably need to build a lead of around about 5 to 6 goals. I think South Belgrave wouldn't want to be any less than that.
Yeah, I agree. I think this needs to be a 5-goal lead at three-quarter time. And you talk about momentum and a side coming home in the last quarter. If Park Orchards is within that range, I do think they might be able to get over the top. Clearances, they've been pretty good as well. They dominated that quarter. So that is another area they're starting to get on top of.
Yeah, and some of the experienced players, Brash, for South Belgrave, are really having impact in the game. Tim Smith's playing some really good footy. We've seen guys like Clay Tucker having an impact into the game. Simonson doing some really nice things as well. So it's the big name players that are certainly stepping up on the big stage.
I also think too that I know we're talking about the third quarter and South Belgrave have got to put it on the scoreboard, but that doesn't necessarily mean to me that Park Orchards are going to can come out, because they'll have expended enough energy in the third quarter to try and restrict. They're going to have to try and I think a little bit the opposite way. I think they're going to have to try and hold South Belgrave to 2 or 3 goals. I think to give themselves a chance.
Yeah, but they're going to have to then make sure that they're getting ball use. So that means that they're going to have to make sure that South Belgrave are turning the ball over and punish them on the scoreboard.
But what I'm saying is there, Spider, if they can restrict them and say South Belgrave are 8-11 and they're 6-7, that gives them more of a chance. I think with the win coming home, they're a lot closer than what they would be if they're 5-6 down.
Yeah,
to me, it's a mental thing.
Yeah, it could be. Yes,
and I think there's still plenty left in this game. I think both forward lines haven't given it their best shot yet, but I think it's if it's going to come down to shove, I reckon it's going to be 15 minutes of football either way in one of these last 2 quarters that decides the grand final.
Yeah, it's going to be moments where the trigger button needs to happen.
And Spider, it might be who kicks goals down on the right side of the ground that might tell the tale. There's been 3 in that first half, and 2 came very early for Park Orchards. That might be very pivotal at the end of the day.
First 5 minutes is going to be critical in the third term. Who can set the game up and who can get the game on their terms.
And interestingly, Kristen Height was quite prepared to concede the fat side of the ground to Park Orchards, and obviously, like you said, there's great risk. With great risk comes great reward, and I think he was rewarded for that to allow that to happen, because in essence Park Orchards weren't able to take advantage of the space that was afforded to them, and with their delivery into their forward 50 was left wanting at times.
Yeah, and in the second semi-final, Park Orchards' delivery was a lot better. They used the angles up a lot more. They had a lot more players having impact, and I think that they just, whereas in this game, it's a little bit the opposite. They're not quite getting to that contest, not quite using the ball as diligently and efficiently as what they would probably like.
I also look at the way that Peters has been very good in their midfield.
He has been.
He's been very clean, right? And he's been able to run the lines, but he hasn't wasted a disposal. I would say his disposal efficiency, I think, would be around that 90-100% at the moment, because he's given his side every opportunity when he's kicked the ball to their advantage. I also feel that I look at Tim Smith and the way that he seems to be controlling the contest
just a class
around the ground. He just seems to know which positions of the ground to go in to put himself in that situation where he's going to benefit the side. I think at the moment Prozanek has to be that player for Park Orchards like Tim Smith has to be for South Belgrave. I think I need to see Prozanek probably get a little bit more involved. I'd like to probably see him go into the midfield. Yeah,
I think they really need a spark, a general spark, where he can go in and be that X factor and try and take the game away from South Belgrave. They've got to win the game, so get your best players on the ball and generate some scoreboard.
Well, gentlemen, that's half-time done and dusted here at Pink's Reserve, and the sides will be coming back out onto the field for the big second half here at Pinks Reserve. It's the Division 1 Grand Final between Park Orchards and Belgrave, and we're coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1 and streaming all around the world on Facebook and YouTube.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFLNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFLNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
That is right. We are back at Pinks Reserve after the halftime show. Thank you very much for Spider Lee, Wayne Brasher and Ryan Long for running the ship there. It's Division 1 Grand Final time. It's Park Orchards versus South Belgrave, the 2 best teams in Division 1 for the year. Currently, Park Orchards lead by 2 points, 5-7-37 to South Belgrave, 4-11-35. A very wind-affected game out here. There's very much a scoring end, and this quarter, that scoring end will be to the advantage of South Belgrave. I'll welcome back in. My name's Jared Beanland. I'll welcome back in my co-commentator, Gavin Casey. Gav, what are you expecting from this quarter?
Well, this is a fantastic setup. It's not only is it close on the scoreboard, it's both teams have had their turns. They have to play 2 different games in terms of wind advantage. One has to sit back, be resolute in defence and maybe catch on the rebound with some quick injection into their own 50 to have a chance of scoring. Whereas the one that's bombarding goals are really finding it hard to get through that last line of defence. So it's, as a tale of the game, this third quarter might be like the first. Will South Belgrave butcher many attempts at goal? Will Park Orchards catch them out by scoring on their chances?
Exactly. It's going to be very interesting to see. Wayne Brasher, on a more individual level, who do you think has stood out for both teams?
I think Charlie Peters has played extremely well for South Belgrave in the midfield. I think Kelvin Duray has been dangerous at centre half back, hasn't really wasted a position. Tim Smith has basically injected himself in any position of the ground where South Belgrave have needed have needed his services, and has done a sterling job so far. And the ever dangerous Taylor Garner, you can't keep him out of the keep him out of the contest. Whilst for Park Orchards, I think it's a bit of a mixed bag for them. I think it's very hard. I think.
Ball held aloft as Wayne Brasher will finish that thought soon, I'm sure. And it's the clearance going to go the way of South Belgrave to open the third quarter. Charging out was Mazzone, but he was behind Hickey. However, that was the best position to be in. Left foot kick into the pocket, well hooked, and the free kick's being given away to Tim Smith. Early shot at goal on offer for South Belgrave.
Now this is where you see Tim Smith. 1 minute he's directing traffic off the half-back flank, and now he's having a shot on goal. This just shows you how good a footballer this gentleman is.
Well, he's yet to kick one in the grand final, as you say. He's been playing elsewhere on the ground when needed, and he's just put that one to the sky, as Chris would say. It had come down with snow on it if it weren't so sunny today.
I tell you, that was one of the hardest kicks to execute you can, because you've got to get it fat enough to hook it around the corner, but you've also got to go across the goals first. So to execute that kick to perfection wasn't as easy as it seemed from the left pocket.
That's true.
Kick out goes long. Park Orchards can't take the mark in defence, so it might rebound through Tucker. Picks up the ball, the big man. His kick was a dribbler because there was a lot in front of him, and it's been wrapped up half forward for South Belgrave.
Basically, Gav, the two sides where no one's kicked a goal from either side of those pockets down, kicking to that end this afternoon.
Park Orchards, you can hear the smother in the effects, Mike. They couldn't get a clearing kick. Trying to push off his opponent's Keppel. It does get into a Sharks player on the run. In good position from the back, then the front. Macarena. Yeah, sorry. I wasn't ready for it. He's gone missing. He didn't have a touch in the second term, but he scored a goal. Did Macrocanis, and he took a mark where he was in back position, then front position. He took the mark. Eventually I spit it out properly. Sorry about that. Now it's pass, and here's another pass. It didn't get to the intended. Livingston stood there, but he had the ball chopped away from him. Over the shoulder maybe to Simonson in defence, but his hand pass is errant. The turnover ball will result in a mark in the pocket. And following through Poznak's kick, it's been marked by the little man in the pocket who was just waiting for an opportunity to take the mark. Late pressure came in from Silva, too late, and Park Orchards will have a shot at goal. So maybe the third term is a repeat of the first term in that the limited scoring opportunities will be capitalised by Park Orchards to neutralise the scoring end. It's in the hands of Champa in the pocket. Right side, he'll have to put it on the left post, so it's not a bad angle. Jumper puts it through the middle. Well read, great kick, signal to goal, and against the wind again. Here go Park Orchards. They extend their half-time lead with the first goal of the third term. Champa's goal moves them to 6-7, 43, leading by 7 over South Belgrave, 4-12, 36.
Ray Baird on the boundary line.
Look, it's obvious to me from Paris Harvey, the way they moved that ball out of defence, they just kept it low, kept it short, didn't just bomb it into South Belgrave's advantage. So well done to the coach here of Paris Harvey, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. It's the first time, not the first time, but one of the only times they've had a mark inside 50 and a deep entry too. So first time they've been able to capitalise.
Yeah, finding space in that forward line is going to be very important for Park Orchards. Chappelle gets the tap down. Keppel couldn't rove it properly. We'll have a secondary stoppage. Peters and Wilson going head to head. It's been a good battle thus far. The ruck contest, however, little toe off the deck there by Park Orchards was good. Wilson trying to release Prozanak, has to let it bounce into his hands. He was being tackled, but still got the kick inside forward 50. The race is on. Silva tapped it to Champa's advantage. Champa swung round in the tackle, holding the ball. And that was well done by Daniel Wind. So another thrust forward by Park Orchards. They're looking dangerous with ball in hand as they go through the middle, but standing firm, the South Belgrave defence. Wind kicked it to his opposite, number 11 in McAuliffe. Play on, says the umpire. I don't think he was ready for that. Champa again takes the mark. just a little bit too far out to score this time. Top of the goal square, over the head though of James Parsons, and it trickles harmlessly over for another behind to Park Orchards. 6-8, 44 to South Belgrave 4-12 at 36.
Thought he could have attacked the ball a bit more there, Parsons.
Young does the kick-out duties again for South Belgrave, goes long with the wind. Fall of the ball falls nicely for South Belgrave to set forward. From the middle of Pink's Reserve, long ball, Garner. He's got two with one late entry into the contest. He can't beat the numbers that time, and the punch goes out. Park Orchards happy to see it out of bounds, out of side.
Yeah, I reckon Heron and Livingston have been two very good plays for Park Orchards. Oh, and I think Chappell's done well in the ruck as well.
So they pushed up on the kick out, did South Belgrave. It almost got too fast to their forward line because they only had one man to go for. He was outnumbered, was Garner. Fall of the ball, round the corner. Garner might do the shepherding. It's a miss to the near side. The ball kick around the corner, bounced, missed to the right near side. As it's another minor score for South Belgrave, 4-13-37, trailing by 7.
Not taking their chances at the moment as the Sharks exit defence. It's in the hands of Keppel. Kicks it to the offensive side of the wing. Silva was shoved in the back. Well worked by Macrocanis, I suppose. Heron now kicks it to the pocket. Steaming out was Downey. It couldn't take the mark. Champers there. Downey, he's clever. Couldn't evade the tackle though, holding the ball.
Yeah, the umpire rightly called that he ducked the first tackle. So once he had his head down, he gave away his prior opportunity in effect.
Exactly. So I believe this is Bromley who'll rebound from defence for the Saints. Muirhead, in fact, will kick it towards, up the corridor just about. They've tried that kick a couple of times, South Belgrave, and it's not come off. And it's Kane Keppel who's just come across, taking the mark, will send the Sharks into attack again. They've done most of the attacking in this quarter. Steaming out is Downey again. Had to crash into the back of a South Belgrave player. Macrocanis lays the tackle, and the forward line pressure for the Sharks is still present. Ryan Silva ended up at the bottom of that. Dangerous signs for South Belgrave at the moment. Keppel, double fister, straight to Nick Keeley. And did he just kick that out on the full? Yes, indeed he did.
Just want to touch on as well the wind, boys. There's not much wind around at the moment, so clear conditions at the moment, so no advantage at the moment.
Have you looked up in the trees, Blake? There's a lot of wind at the air.
Yeah, not at ground level where we are, Brash. I know it looks very bad on the screen, but no wind at all, so no advantage at this stage, I reckon.
Interesting. So Price Inglis's kick just ended up in a stoppage there. Once again, in Park Orchards forward line.
We might need to ask a guy for toupee if it's still windy or something, really, because I'm sure I can see a few things fluttering.
You're more than welcome to come outside if you really want to.
All right, come up first and then I'll come down.
I'll back Blake up. No, it has stopped. It has stopped.
Interesting stuff. So, interesting battle in the forward line for Park Orchards. Simonson shed it round. He's going to get it back now. Oh, he was just thwarted. Hickey. Connor Hickey, Kieran Hickey, in fact. Muirhead takes the relieving mark for South Belgrave. And he will exit defence once more. What will he do with it this time? Sends it a little bit wider than he did in the first kick. Comes to ground through Garner. Park Orchards to attack again, but the kick was idle. Went to Silva. Shares it round with Muirhead. Straight up the corridor again. Sticky hands, but not quite taking the mark was Mazzone, and he ended up in the Magnano tackle.
They are working really hard here, Park Orchards, to try and get some sort of advantage.
Yeah, the wind advantage is not as harsh as it seemed to be in the first half. Great comments from Boundary Riders, but there still is some advantage going left of screen to the Canterbury Road end. South Belgrave are able to clear out with some long kicks, but it's Park Orchards winning this contest in the centre. Bounce of the ball, push off, it will bounce the way. Here goes Hickey, he goes off the side of the boot, too far off the side of the boot. They're now volleying it around Park Orchards, maybe too cute in the contest. Allows South Belgrave to rush in, and the tackle flies in. No free kicks either way, but it's a hard contest at it. and the umpire will come in. 0-0 draw. Well done to all.
They completely and utterly missed that up there, Park Orchards.
Just a quick one. Watch out on Hunter Chapman, number 35. Just come off with the trainers. We'll keep an eye on for that one.
Clearing kick for South Belgrave went higher, then it went longer. So it only just outside 50 where Park Orchard sees upon it. They have a flying shot at it to the full forward. Good positioning by the full back and well done again by Young. Gets it off to his teammate in Lou. Lou goes long. Gets it to Simonson, who allows to run, and he pushes off an opponent in front of him. Goes in the middle of the ground, where it's all South Belgrave. This might be a coast-to-coast effort. Taylor Garner in great position. He has to dive at it, and it evades him, and the excitement has to subside for now. Oh, geez, that was exciting by Simonson, the fend-off.
Is that a missed opportunity? I think that's a missed opportunity there for South Belgrave.
Brash, I just said the same thing myself, mate. He had option short there.
Well, they all got excited, I reckon, when there's 3 white and no black jumpers all in the centre. They probably got excited by what was going to happen next. Ball still in the danger area for Park Orchards, but they're tackling with aggression and they're holding it up.
Was a missed opportunity indeed for South Belgrave, but they are getting the repeat stoppages in their forward line, so options will present themselves perhaps. Spinning round from that was Calderio, buries in again, gets it to the kick by Kai Windsor, and it's a goal.
I thought that might have been Dunstan.
Oh, Dunstan, my mistake. So South Belgrave, they move to 5-13-43, and it's just a 1-point deficit now. Park Orchard 6-8-44, and Luke Dunstan, with all his experience and class, manages to send one home through for the Saints.
Well, he was one of those players we looked at, a potential injury cloud coming into this game, but he's certainly played his role today. He's been fantastic.
I like how he probably made up for trying to kick it off the ground. It was not the most toughest, smartest option, but then he took on the tackle to have the shot in the pocket. So quick redemption for Dunstan. He's getting in the thick of it, but he made the right decision in the end, and the goal in the pocket has got South Belgrave back to only a point the difference, and they might win the centre clearance again. Hand pass goes back to Dureo. Calvin, long ball to centre forward. Bit of wind pushes it longer than the contest knew. Hickey's pushing off, so that's Price Inglis pushing off an opponent, kicks it out. Simonson's been electric, and he marks in back position. He's quick to run on, puts it on the right boot, lines up a high one, and there's the numbers coming in late, pushing off. Kick around the corner by Garner. He's the one who probably wanted to be underneath it, but in the pocket, no mark for the Saints. And it'll be is it over the shoulder or a ball up? Because South Belgrave were appealing for the free kick. Taylor Garner came through the pack really nicely, but he kicked it straight up in the air.
Well, courage by Cridland as well.
So they're under the pump. Park Orchard into defence. South Belgrave, can they get a clear kick at goal? They're doing their tackling this time, and it's been wrapped up by Keeley as the tackler. Handing the ball up will be Webb.
Well, Gav, we'll know about it if the umpire gives a bad decision, because the crowd will let you know about it.
Well, there's a lot of red, white and black all around the ground. Funny that. As now the kick doesn't get cleared. Now around the corner. The bending ball, the banana from the right flank is a goal to South Belgrave. And I'll just get your clarification. As the hand pass on the replay is being taken, Smith applies the tackle in the pocket.
It falls. Windsor.
Windsor gets onto it. One step, right boot, puts it on the outside of the boot and bends it against the wind. Advantage that was trailing off, and that is a nice goal from Windsor. 6-13-49 to 6-8-45. The Saints back in front in this third term.
Well, I initially credited Dunstan's goal to Windsor, so I guess he thought he'd better get on the board himself.
But it's lovely how the right to left was going against with his bending kick.
Exactly. So back into the centre. Nil drawing the ruck duel. And no clear winner.
And Simonson's played a really, really good game on the wing.
He's been the fire starter in this quarter for sure. He had the opportunity to tackle there. Does so on Champa. Another ball up.
The way this game is heading, I think we're heading for a grandstand finish here.
I have to agree. Whitnish couldn't quite take that tap So it's come to Calderio into the pocket. Garner presents, knocks it to ground. In fact, it wasn't Garner, it was Tyrese Liu who's moved forward.
Well, in your estimation, 14 minutes third term, what's a match-winning lead for South Belgrave?
Well, I think that they've got to be at least 20 points in front.
Yeah.
At least 20, Gav.
Okay.
Back into play. South Belgrave now with another opportunity. They're just starting to gain ascendancy in this contest. Round the body, Bartels. How far is it going to go? It went over the goal line, but wasn't accurate enough. So yet another missed opportunity for South Belgrave. 6:8:44, that's Park Orchard. 6:14:50, that's South Belgrave. 15 minutes gone. Gav Casey to take us underway.
Park Orchards, they had some real trouble kicking out in the first term. They had about 3 intercept marks against them. Now they'll run it out. This is smart. Get 60 metres out at least with the kick, but it will drop. And Tim Smith's in good possession. Another intercept mark. Izzy within range. He's proppy on the left ankle, but that might all be for show as he lines up for goal. He's looking at passes, has the old leg, got the journey with the wind advantage still behind him. 60 metres plus has to be the kick. He puts it on the right post, bending, short. Marks go at it, no mark for Kana. Ground level ball disputed as the tackles fly in. South Belgrave can't get another kick at it through Ghana. It's going to be a ball up, 5 metres out. Defence will love to rush it, but South Belgrave, can they knock it back into the hands of a teammate through the ruck contest? Ground level, Lou forward, takes on the tackle. No free kick either way. Ball up, now right pocket. Same sort of distance away from goals.
They've evened up in the clearances too this quarter after being dominated in the second term, 8-5 in favour of South Belgrave.
Tucker bumbles his way underneath. He had grasp of it momentarily, let it go. Ground level. Free kicks not going to be given, so all this appealing from over the fence is to no prevail at the moment. Tucker being good in the ruck contest, marking contest, but he just hasn't had a clear run at it lately. What will Chappell do against Garner this time? Mitch Garner knocks it forward, but it's hidden the hands of Price Inglis, who's been good to clear again, but it might be chopped off by a white jumper as they'll load up again. Is it a shot at goal?
Yeah,
55 metres out.
Muirhead, it looks like.
Muirhead from... Got it, Sam Muirhead, and he's looked, as soon as he took the mark just outside the arc, he put the finger up to, which is a signal to, the universal signal to the umpire and everyone, I'm having a shot. Muirhead from the right flank. He'll have the advantage of putting on top of the right post and leaning it back in. He puts it towards goal. Is it long? Is it straight? Just drop short. Ground level. Parkwood's under even pressure. Simonson chops off the kick. Around the corner, rushed at it. Misses far side, minor score. And they're peppering the goals of South Belgrave like they did in the first term. 6-15-51. Lead by 7, 6-8-44 Park Orchard. So they've added 2 goals for this term.
Wouldn't that have been a just reward for Simonson if he kicked that goal? He has been excellent today. Bringing it back in though, Park Orchards. Where to from here? Keppel will set himself. Smith was there as well. It came off hands. Champa trying to chase it. Calderio first to it. Boundary beats them all. And it's going to get locked here again, potentially, at this left forward flank at the Canterbury Road end.
They need a couple of quick goals here, South Belgrave. They don't want to be going in only 8-9 points up.
Well, it will be interesting, won't it? Calderio buries his way in, tackled by Champa. They're going head-to-head, these two, it looks it. As there's a slight lull, but could be the calm before the storm of South Belgrave. They have the power to try and kick one here. Simonson is there, got it to Garner. His kick ricocheted. Magnano threw a boot at it. It was very lucky it landed in the hands of a teammate. Park Orchards to go forward again, but it was very wide. Tight roping the boundary line. Not much Muirhead could do there.
Muirhead's done a really good job on
Downey.
Lewis Downey.
Connor Downer this afternoon. Downer's only had 2 possessions.
Yep. Back into play it will come. 7-point lead that the Saints are now defending. 19 minutes gone in this third quarter. Grand final action in Division 1. Rucks go at it again. Locking horns with Livingston was Garner. Just trailing it back was Keppel. He's been good so far as well. Oh, brilliant tackle by Blakey. He wrapped Ricardo Durayo up and he had nowhere to go, no one to give it to. and no means to give it to anyone either. So Mason Blakey rewarded, and Park Orchards could be rewarded with another foray forward. The kick went skewed off the boot, marked by Garner down the line. This is Mitch Garner, of course. Sends it up the corridor. Bartels to run onto it. Oh, the defender overcommitted for Park Orchards. Slapped forward by Bartels. Oh, brilliant Cridland. Composure. Got it to Price Inglis. Hands it off in the way of Schaefer, but it'll be a ball in.
Goal saving because Taylor Garner obviously was out the back, so
yeah, that was
had to get there and had to win that contest. Otherwise, you concede a goal.
Yeah, if you take that strategic risk of meeting the ball up the ground from your teammate, from your opponent, then you have to win it anyway. From the clearance, South Belgrave take a pot shot at goal, and they are peppering away again.
Calvin Durayo there.
Cal Durayo kicks behind. South Belgrave moved to 6:16:52. Park Orchard 6:8:44. Seems like the tail of the tape here. Inaccuracy going to the left side of screen.
Well, Brash, you said they needed 20 points. They're 2 goals away. In this last 10 minutes of this term, we're all thinking South Belgrave might need a couple more just to have enough advantage. Because Park Orchards with the wind advantage, you think they're going to score more than their opposition in the fourth. Kick out goes long. Big contest, and they flew from all angles. The umpire, what's he seen? He sees a free kick to South Belgrave, push off Shepherd, whatever it was. It's now in the hands of Keeley. Oh, he's giving it over to Muirhead. So Muirhead was in that contest, was pushed out of it. He's too far away to score, so he puts a high ball to the centre part of the 50-metre arc. They come at it. Garner pushes off, and a shot at goal from the big man, Taylor Gardner. And he rushed the kick around his body, and it missed to the left side. So another minor score. They've only added 2-6 this quarter. They're 6-17-53, 9-point advantage over Park Orchard, 6-8-44, 21 minutes third term.
Sharks are suffering a death by 1,000 cuts if this continues. Magnano to bring it in. Oh, tried to step around his man, thought better of it, and sent it to the same spot as usual. Off hands, Champa was there, but came to Blakey. Oh, up goes, that was Downey. South Belgrave to send it back in. Oh, clash of bodies. Bartels came off second best, but bounces up. Prosenak now with a bit of control and a step and a bounce.
Too far.
No way. He took a bounce. The umpire must
that's
not have seen the bounce. That is brutal for Prosenak because that was going to perhaps be an important...
Don't argue with the umpire now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the emotions are up on that one.
I can argue with the umpire. What can he do to me? Up goes the intercept marker.
Justice, maybe.
Up go, yeah, exactly. That's Mason Blakey, who's been very good thus far this game. And he tries to exit defence. Heron's got a bit of work ahead of him. Got it to McAuliffe. A good man in a crisis to have on hand. And Park Orchards will escape defence again. Price Inglis sends it down the line. Mark taken. Here comes the attack by the Sharks. Lewis Downey's the option, takes the mark on the chest. Nothing Muirhead could have done about it.
Gee, that's a really good piece of play there by Park Orchards. They played the percentages there and kept the ball low, moving that ball into their forward 50. This is a really important kick here.
It absolutely is, because this will peg it back to a 3-point lead for the Saints. 23 minutes gone in this third quarter. Park Orchards will have, if the game goes as the way it has, will have most of the play in the final quarter going their way. So goals to this end for the Sharks are at a premium. Lewis Downey sends it home, but a little bit wayward.
Well, he hasn't had any practice today. That's his first shot at goal.
Yeah, it
for a
is.
guy that's got kick 60, that's his first score today, a minor score near side. He was hoping it would bend left or right with the crosswind.
Credit to Muirhead.
The kick out smart, finds a teammate. So South Belgrave, it's in Muirhead's hands now. So he'll go long out wide to the broadcast side here on the boundary. Finds his teammate in Calvin Durayo. He wanted to take a step and go forward, but he wise to the fact that he would have put himself under pressure. So the kick inboards a short one. Chapman's got it. He's been told what to do, so he's second-guessing all kicks now. Has to go long, and the man on the mark went early before the umpire said you're allowed to... Oh, no, it's downfield, and might be a card.
Simonson.
That it's against Simonson.
Oh.
Whatever he did, the umpire has sent him off with a yellow card against South Belgrave when they had the ball in hand, and Simonson wanted to be in the action. He's obviously done something to his opponent. That will be a turnover now at half forward effectively for
Did you
Prosenac.
guys see? I struggled as well. Maybe a push or...
Yeah, it was a very high
Not
push.
sure.
If it was a push, you don't get sent off for pushes. And whatever it was, he'll be ruining this, Will Simonson. But Prosenac is more than a kick away from goals. Passes it in the pocket, leading option underneath it. And Downey, it went over his head. And it's out of bounds in the pocket. But it's a territory game for the team that's trying to hold up in the third term.
Yeah, and they've done quite well. 14 inside 50s to 11, so it's a lot more even in this quarter compared to the first two.
Yeah. It's still an 8-point margin, and if they can keep it to that margin, Park Orchard very happy at the three-quarter time huddle. But we're about 3 or 4 minutes away from that. Ball up from the ball in. Now it's right in the middle of the forward 50 area for Park Orchards. Tap one by the ruckman for South Belgrave. The clearing kick is bouncing around. What will Dureo do? He tries to run onto it, but he got beaten to the contest, and it's all been wrapped up at the middle of Pink's reserve. So
if Simonson's off for 15 minutes, right, he's going to be at least off for 7 to 8 minutes of the last quarter.
Park Orchards will try to go forward for Champa. Hand passes it back to Parsons on the run from 30. He drives it for miss. Everyone was up. And he drove it to the left post, but he was just left of it, and it never brought itself back through the middle of the goals. So let off there for South Belgrave. They still lead by 7, 6-17 to 6-10.
Wind brought it in for South Belgrave, assisted by the wind, by the looks of it. But Park Orchards, they're going to bring it right back. It was an ill-directed kick. Bromley's there. He's going to have to do well. Actually able to steal it from Champa, but tackled, holding the ball, I think, for Park Orchards indeed. And so the kick will come into the pocket. Oh, not a mark to Parsons. Tried to tap it back in, but forcing it over the line. The South Belgrave defenders let it
Boundary.
trickle into the goal, the point post. Ray Baird down.
Look, Park Orchard are not scoring goals, but the momentum has changed. They're holding most of the stay.
You're absolutely right there. 26 and a half minutes gone in this third quarter, and the Sharks are doing the attacking to the unlikely side of the ground at this point. Tucker got the tap down. It spilled out to Downey. His kick went high up and under. Daunting prospects for anyone underneath. Silva set himself, bounced off his chest, and South Belgrave, they're able to release themselves from defence, release the pressure a little bit, working his way up the ground. This is Tyrese Liu sends it forward, but it's mostly Sharks back there. He spilt it, did Henry Amir. Wrestle is on. Oh, stolen. That was Garner. Handed it off. Price Inglis got in the way.
Nearly beat 2 there.
Yeah, I was going to say,
impressive.
2 against 1. Garner's done extremely well, not just to even the contest, but actually win the footy too.
Well, Amir never tapped it to his teammate, so he sort of got held in.
So Garner will now take the rock contest. Chappelle got the tap down. Mazzone clotheslined. Was he?
And we're definite there's a wind advantage now. It
Yep.
might have dropped off before, but it's back on.
It is, definitely.
Those kicks went an extra 10 metres, especially.
So Roger Mazzone now with a really important shot at goal. This will extend the lead to 13 if he's able to sink it, but on the track record, South Belgrave
This is a
could miss this. It is.
This is a non-negotiable for South Belgrave. He must kick this goal.
Roger Mazzone, 19 goals for the year. Former Listerfield junior, who'll come in, and the non-negotiable has been negotiated
For a behind.
For a behind. Park Orchards breathe a sigh of
Would have
relief.
had a similar scoreline last year in the semi-final against Mitcham.
Yeah.
South Belgrave.
You can't put it out in the points. You've got to put it right post. Don't give away the goals. It's like a putt. When you're within range, don't give away the goals too much. So the missed opportunity from South Belgrave. The kick out goes close to the boundary line. In position, Tucker. He's being scragged as he tried to mark it. Ground level. Park Orchards do well, but the kick will go out of bounds on the full. So it's not a clearing kick to effect. Silva's in a hurry. The ball's been bounced away from him, so it finally gets back to Silva on the wing.
Well, they've kicked 2-7 in this quarter and 3-9 in the first quarter with the win, South Belgrave.
I'd love a third goal before three-quarter time now, because it's only a moments away as we tick past 29 minutes and it's out of bounds again. What can they set up from the boundary throw-in? Is it going to be Garner or Tucker? Tucker will do the ruck contest.
I think the first quarter went about 32 minutes, Gav.
Okay.
With a lot of points.
We'll see how this goes. Smith, he's been wrapped up. They know where he is to the Park Orchards mids.
Well, they've owned the hit-outs too, 20-10 in this quarter, and it's been the tale of the day as well. That's 53-30 advantage of South Belgrave.
Well, he's the bigger man, but he's probably the weight advantage is to the opposition, so the affecting tap-outs haven't been quite as dominant. The clearing kick for Park Orchards. Bigger effort here. Muirhead's underneath it. He punches it away. Falls to his teammate in Young. Young goes from the back of centre-half back to centre-half forward. And it's only one man in the line of the ball. Marking it was McAuliffe, who's done well. Goes out wider side. Dangerous kick because it was a one-on-one. But it was a good mark under pressure. And he'll be slow to get up. Will Webb. He might milk some time with his pants around his knees as he tries to pull it up his backside. The old Eddie Betts shorts there, they're massive. As the kick goes to half forward, no mark taken on the outer side. You could hear the groan of the fans as the marking contest was clash of bodies, and it's out of bounds in front of the scoreboard. It is 6-10, Park Orchards 46, only trailing by 8, 6-18-54. We say only because they got one quarter with the wind advantage to come.
Absolutely. Half an hour gone in this quarter. They've been long quarters all the way through today. Tap down came. South Belgrave bouncing ball forward. One-on-one contest, middle of the ground. Great tackle laid by Webb. We'll have another ball up as the contest just shifts itself down the ground.
I will say this, I think both sides' tackling pressure on the ball carrier has been exceptional today.
And that has to be, like, in some part accounted for by the misses as South Belgrave chain of hands. Peters ends up with it, fires at goal and another miss.
Out in the full.
Out in the full that time. So South Belgrave do not inch that little bit further ahead. Park Orchards to bring it back in.
What a massive crowd it is here today. It's fantastic.
Looks fantastic on the outer side.
Kilsyth would be happy with the canteen, and the line was huge. I wasn't even going to attempt it 20 minutes to get a hot dog.
Henry Amir sends it forward, but it looks like the wind took it, and out in the full, it'll come right back. Kai Windsor, nope, hands it over to a
boundary.
Yes,
let's go Ray Bed.
Gav Casey's been waiting for years for his dogs to get hot.
The Swans know about when we are. Thank you.
Clay Tucker sends it to the hot spot to punch away by Park Orchards. It's into a dangerous spot, but no one was there for South Belgrave. Lewis Downey affected the tackle. Came to Young. Now Muirhead steps one way. Hands it to Peters. Peters, high ball as the siren beats that. Final thrust forward by South Belgrave. They'll be ruining that as they go into the three-quarter time break. 6-18-54. Yes, that's right. 6-18 to Park Orchards. 6-10-46. We'll be back with you. Thank you very much for joining us on Eastern 98.1 FM and the YouTube and Facebook streams for the Eastland match of the round. We'll be back with you after this break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFLNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back on 98.1 YouTube or Facebook. You might be watching the grand final for Division 1 2025 EFLNL. Park Orchards versus South Belgrave. It's Park Orchards 6-10-46, trailing South Belgrave 6-18-54. It's an 8-point margin for the Saints at three-quarter time. But we have to recognise that there is a clear wind advantage going to the Canterbury Road end, the left end, where Park Orchards will be kicking towards. It hasn't resulted in goals, as you can tell by the scores, 6-10 to 6-18. So we all think here 8 points may not be enough, but we wait and see because South Belgrave are still a great side.
Yeah, I agree. And I think if they get the first one against the flow of play and towards the right side of the screen, I think it might be a little bit of a different final quarter. But we talk about a side when, and particularly in a grand final, when they do get on top and they get the momentum. And if Park Orchards do get two quick ones and take the lead, they'll be hard to stop from there, obviously, with the wind. And we saw back in that second quarter when they were going to the left side, they dominated the clearances that quarter. They had 15-8 in the second term. The centre clearances 3-0. Inside 50s 22-10. So they had all the play in that quarter, and they did convert some opportunities. They kicked 2 goals 5, which obviously isn't as accurate, but compare that to South Belgrave's misses. They probably were a little bit more efficient when they were inside 50. So it'll be interesting, but I think the first 5 to 6 minutes is going to be super important for South Belgrave, just to be able to either get one back themselves and extend that lead, or just be able to keep Park Orchards at bay.
Well, how many minutes Simonson's going to be off the ground? Because he made some line breaks in the second term. What's he got left?
Yeah. I reckon he's got about 5 or 6 minutes, Gav.
He was the fire starter in the third quarter, wasn't he?
Correct. It might be actually effective that he gets a rest and he's forced into it, and he can have 20, 25 minutes of pure...
Yeah, well, they might not have to use him in that rotation.
Yeah, and he's just got to run off half back, get open, get flowing, get a guy running shotgun with him. They might score.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the stats. So if you're watching on from Facebook and YouTube, that is your three-quarter time stats. Contested possessions in favour of Park Orchards, disposal-wise in favour of the Sharks. Marks just 2 more for Park Orchards. Inside 50s, virtually even. So that third term, after very one-sided in the first and second quarters, pretty much even in that third quarter. And then in the tackles, 21 more tackles for the Sharks.
That's the big one.
Yeah, absolutely. And just having a look at the ground at the moment, both huddles, massive support for both clubs. And it'll be quite difficult for the two boundary riders just to find the coach in the mix of
Let's
everything.
hope the mic picks up nicely, because that's the only one thing about being in a grandstand is we, might have that blockage for the mics. Hopefully not.
So I think South Belgrave have got 2 quandaries in this quarter. Can't afford to consider the fat side, but they can't afford to give away uncontested football.
No.
They've got to make every possession a contested disposal, because if they get their run going, Park Orchards on that far side, and they're getting uncontested possession, you can see an avalanche of goals that could happen here.
Boundary.
Oh, Raybed.
Look, I couldn't get into Christian Heights, but look, he's a very angry man, so I thought I'd better keep my distance. But it was more about just, what this means to South Belgrave and what they put in throughout the year. And he said, look, just kick the ball long, play on it at all costs. You've got nothing to lose. But realistically, I really think it's a bridge too far away myself.
I still think they're absolutely a fair chance in this quarter.
I mean, look, if they get the opening goal, that makes it 14 points. Then that means that's 3 kicks.
Something to hold on to.
Yeah, that's 3 kicks they get to defend.
And boys, when you get out in the middle there, that wind is still going around in circles everywhere.
And I think
so are you, Ray.
I was going to say, I think South Belgrave, they need to shape up their defence around the corridor a little bit more, because Park Orchards will use that to effect, and they move the ball with venom through the corridor when they get the opportunity to, and we've seen that on a couple of occasions. South Belgrave perhaps need to organise themselves a little bit to guard space, perhaps.
Sorry, boys.
Go for it, Blake.
Just speaking with Paris Harvey, he just said we're just going to win the moments. The back line's they're holding up really well, and they're not going to bomb it in. That's another big question. They're going to stop bombing it in, look for the shorts, and they counted for the player in Lewis Downey to step up in this quarter, and they need him as well. But it's all about win the pressure and then take the moments. 30 minutes to go.
Well, they did get a few more deep inside 50s in that quarter, and 34% of their score has come from that. But it'll be interesting. They certainly didn't find that in the second term.
Another big quarter of local EFLNL footy ahead of this here. The final quarter of Division 1. It's just that 8-point lead to South Belgrave that they will need to defend. Park Orchards will be coming out firing. And for context, South Belgrave, they've never been to Premier Division. Park Orchards have. They've come back down. They lost the grand final last year against Mitcham. Now they're back for redemption. South Belgrave, they'll be fighting their demons as well, of course. But it's not demons that they have to worry about out there today, because they are swimming with the sharks. And can Park Orchards make them pay for their misses in the third quarter? Ball held aloft. Big quarter of footy ahead of us. Chappelle to open up hostilities against Garner, gets the secondary tap. Garner, however, roved that. Great mark taken by Bartels. Good reaction time by him. Will send it forward. Just needs to take a bit of consideration. Who's going to find it here? Oh, fly over the top. Mark not taken. Unrealistic by Garner. Or in the back, take your pick. Park Orchards are going to have to bring this back. And looks like Josh Chappelle will take the free kick. So first little bit of defence for Park Orchards is successful.
He had to go early, didn't he? He wasn't in the contest otherwise.
Yeah, exactly.
So basically, Paris Harvey basically backs up what I'm saying there. He's basically said, no, he's saying, take your time, look for uncontested possession, don't rush.
Chappelle and Garner, the battle continues as he sends it straight back to Mitch. Takes the intercept mark. Sent it to centre half forward.
That's poor marking there.
And Luke Dunstan was left all on his own. And he can send the goal forward perhaps for South Belgrave. This would be their 7th of the day. No, elects to go to the pocket. Find space. McAuliffe is there. McAuliffe will have to be composed. Brilliant tackle. Dagach waiting for the umpire's decision. And it will be a ball in.
Well, the umpires have become a little bit lenient about paying those free kicks in the forward 20.
We're in the dangerous spot here for South Belgrave. We'll see what they can make of this. Tucker tried to take it out of the ruck, wrapped up. McAuliffe fights over for it with a teammate. Park Orchards now to exit defence, kicked it onto the wing. Blakey is there, just not able to affect the contest properly. And Heron will see it over. Sorry, Livingston will see it over.
So they're doing all the attacking, other scoreboard leaders, South Belgrave. But you think they're going to have a lot of defending to do if they're going to hold on to this 8-point advantage that they've got. 6:18 plays 6:10, early in the fourth term. Now Wilson hands it over, hoping for a runner. The looping has pass, been chopped off, been turned over. Long ball by Peters, gets it inside the 50. Roving the punch ball's Whitnish. Whitnish quick to clear it. He gets it towards Keppel. He drops it. He had 3 to beat in the end. So one of those in hand is Garner. Garner is up a long ball, 1-on-1. It doesn't get to the full forward contest. It drops short in the wind. So the punch away might result in some running off. Nicely dodging around some pressure is Price Inglis. His hand passes errant though, so it's still in the danger area for Park Orchards, but Magnano saves the day with a tackle that crunches his opponent, Dunstan, to the ground.
They tackle all day, Park Orchards.
Well, it is a mantra that is serving them well today. Ball up 40 metres away from the Saints' goal. If they can get their hands on it, can they have a flying shot at goal? It's probably still out of range, being 40 metres, and with Dunstan on the ground being tackled, there's no clear shot at goal yet. It's a good first few minutes, though, for the Saints. 8-point lead. Some say it's not enough. They'll need a score to add to it, something to defend, because Park Orchards, we know momentum in footy changes quickly. They'll have their turn soon enough. Another ball up where the Saints, I think they just want to have contest after contest, and then if they can have a shot at goal, they'll see what they can do. Rucks go at it, misses them in the, so it'll be a ball in now.
But this is exactly what Paris Harvey doesn't want. He doesn't want contested disposal. He wants uncontested.
We'll get Ray to comment in a moment if that's what he... Oh.
Chapman's on as well, boys, for South Belgrave.
So it's going to be South Belgrave holding it in. Ball bobbles out, spearing his way through Windsor. Did he get taken high as he tried to tunnels his way through the congestion? The umpire says he got down low, so did the tackle. And it'll be another ball up, 45 metres from South Belgrave's. It looks like a tenuous 8-point lead, but Park Orchards have yet to get it forward in this term. The kick nearly gets chopped off again, falls its way into the centre. When Muirhead, his hand pass was sharked, but it now falls into the hands of the running Park Orchards. Magnano gets the kick. He just wants to put it in space, hoping for some runners. The ball's bouncing around like the Aussie Rules ball does everywhere but. And now the hand pass falls its way. Hand pass over the Champers. Hand pass. Open man in the goal square. Finish up with a goal to Downey. He's first for the grand final, and it closes the gap to 2 points. And the fans behind the goals are loving it. It's a 2-point game, 5 minutes into the second quarter. It just kept bubbling away. Champer got on the end of it, got it to Downey. Downey's goal reduces the margin to 2.
That's what Paris Harvey was speaking about. You know, he really eyed up to Lewis Downey, and the big stars are showing up, and they need to for Park Orchards, and that could just be a confidence booster. He's kicked over 60 now. So that's a big goal.
You're talking about Paris Harvey. I just watched his reaction to that. There was no reaction. Standing there, face mild, hand folded, did not react at all.
Efficiency, Brash, one inside 50, one goal.
Yep.
Brilliant tackle, laid.
But it looked like there as the ball was bobbling around that both sides' legs looked like they were tired. They were tired legs then.
We'll see who can take advantage of the fatigue that has come throughout the day. Park Orchards will get the clearance, sending it forward. Out into space, however. Running onto it was Keppel, overran it.
So, Brash, running into the wind is like running up sand hills, I reckon. It's tiring because they both had to have done it. So even when they get the advantage of running downhill, in effect, they're probably buggered already as well.
I think the other thing too, Gav, is I looked at the development squad and the Park Orchards reserve squad. They ran their game right out, and so I'm expecting Park Orchards to do the same here.
Yeah, absolutely right there, Brash. They're a fit side, and the thing is, with such a fit side, they're going to continue to put that pressure on. That tackle count has been so important for Park Orchards throughout the day. They're going to maintain that, I think. Ball hits the deck. From that ball up, no clear possession for South Belgrave. Blakey challenged. It's now come to Hickey. Looping handball over the top. Champa tried to duck out of the wind tackle. And Wind took him high. So Christian Champa, he's kicked one goal for the day. All of the goal kickers for Park Orchards have been singles. Will he have a pot shot from this range?
Well, and will he listen to the way Gav Casey's told him how to kick the goal?
Yeah, right post.
21 goals for the year, former Norseman. Made his senior debut for Norwood in 2022. Christian Champa could be a premiership winner if he helps his side with a kick at goal here. Oh, it just cleared the South Belgrave defender, and Park Orchards hit the lead. Christian Champa, what a kick.
You know what a kick? It was an accidental spiral.
It was.
Boundary.
Ray Baird on the boundary line.
That is definitely the way to kick a goal. That went like a bullet. It didn't go high in the air, so there was no wind effect, and that was like a cannonball coming out of a cannon.
I didn't think it looked anything like a cannonball coming out of a cannon.
Brash, you haven't been to war like I have.
How many, though, Ray?
Obviously not.
How was... Yeah, we won't go there.
Okay.
4-point lead to Park Orchards. 8 minutes gone in the final quarter. Back up we go with Gav Casey.
Rucks go at it. Umpire says shepherding. It goes against Park Orchards. So this time, Chappell getting underneath has been penalised. Long ball from South Belgrave. Long into their forward line. Marks trying to head for the Saints. Degaz try to get in there and take the tackle on. Ball will be a ball up from 20 metres out. Can South Belgrave fight back immediately and get back in the lead? Garner from the ruck contest. Quick kick forward, knocked on. Goal square. Will it be run onto by the Saints? Ball dribbles away from them. Disappointingly for them, they have another miss. 6:19:55. 3-point trail. Park Orchards 8:10:58. 9 minutes. They need a goal, and they're up against it.
Importantly, they've handed... That point has given possession back to Park Orchards.
And it's Jacob Price-Inglis, a good pathfinder for the Sharks back there from the kick out, but he only found Tim Smith, and his path is homeward. Spills to ground. It's to Simonson. He's back on. The super sub. Yellow carded before. And he's scored it for South Belgrave. And he puts them back in front.
What a kick.
What a kick by Simonson. He popped up out of nowhere because he must have just come straight off the bench to affect that contest, kick the goal, and the fire starter's back on.
45-metre kick to that end is huge.
Yeah, that was a massive kick.
And the game needed it because they can't be behind chasing the game.
No.
They have to be in front, have to have something to defend. Park Orchards will be peppering the sticks this quarter. They need as many scores as they can get to the Saints.
Well, we're 10 minutes gone already, so on form, that's about a third of the quarter gone.
So the 3-point game, the Saints lead, but Park Orchards going to the Canterbury Road end. They'll get it going forward through Wilson. Takes on the tackle, never got out of it. So the Saints are up for the battle now. The lead has given them ammunition to go again.
Tom Wilson, that's Chappell, clever to hold the ball in, let his defenders get back.
Well, I think South Belgrave might want to play some tempo too if they can keep a hold of it and then just hold it into their forward line as long as they can. The hook ball goes against, and no, there's a mark, it has to be. Mitch Garner was accidental marker because he was in the position to take it and he had a couple of grabs at it and it just sat in his lap, and Garner took the mark from 35 metres out. And this is a big moment for the Saints. We talk about the lead they have to have. 3 points at the moment. Can Mitch Garner make it 9? Kicking to the sports centre end. Long ball, riding the wind. He's got it. The Saints are up and about. It's not heavens yet, but they are in a good position. 9-point lead. 67 plays 58. Big goal.
Boundary.
Simonson and now Garner. They now lead by 9, Ray Baird.
Yeah, look, Garner to Garner. I wonder how many times they practiced that in the backyard over the years, because it was Damien Garner who kicked it down to Mitch.
Well, the proud family of the Garners, 3 boys today. Mitch Garner's first goal, the ruckman, is vital for the Saints' hopes.
Centre clearance is there, 3-0 this quarter.
See, this is the question. Where does the actual impetus for Park Orchards to get back into this game come from? Is it Kane Keppel? Sends it forward. Oh, courageous positioning by the South Belgrave defender and Kane Young, and he earns himself the free kick.
It's amazing how a goal can inspire you.
2-on-1, and Kane Young, he did not flinch. Former Rowville man, inked up, will find the right side of his body. That's the one with all the ink. Sends it to the wing. Garner was there. It was Taylor this time. But at ground level, Park Orchards feed it out into the corridor. Still, the ball is in dispute. Park Orchards run onto it. It's going to come to Hickey. Kieran Hickey with a shot at goal. It's going to go wayward. And will the peppering start? Just the one behind. Park Orchards move to 8-11-59. South Belgrave 8-19-67. 8-point lead. It's that again with 12 and a half minutes gone in this final quarter. Big 15 or so minutes of footy left.
Well, you're right. 13 minutes. No dent on the scorecard. In effect, 8 points is still the margin in the favour of the Saints. Long kick out. No mark can be taken for Blakey. So it's 55, 60 metres away from Park Orchard's goal, and that Downey goal seemed like it was going to set them going, but in effect it's put a rocket up South Belgrave, and 2 goals has really made this grand final very, very tantalising. Big finish to come, I reckon. Rucks go at it, back of the pack, Prozinak's got it, puts a hook into it, and now they're just spraying at it. They're just, bit of the urgency might be getting to the nerves, and Prozinak misses from 45. Missed shot closes it to 7, 8-12-60 to 8-19-67.
Sometimes when you want something so bad, you do overplay it in your mind and in reality.
Kane Young marches into the pocket, sends it onto the wing, setting himself as Cridland. No, it went over the back of him. It was Blakey. Taylor Garner's going to have to bust through a few Sharks here to get hands onto this ball, but thwarted by Webb. Handed it to Garner in the end, had to tackle Garner.
Well done there by Garner.
Yeah, that was incredible.
Really, really well done.
He at least gained territory for South Belgrave in that instance.
And was a 1-on-4 there too.
Yep. Keppel gets the tap this time. Had to become the tackler again. The umpire was perhaps blindsided to that, or saw that the South Belgrave player ducked. It's Charlie Peters, I think. He's Simonson.
I reckon
taking a knee.
Going to give the chance. Let's check the rules for time on, if there's extra time.
Of course there is. We're not coming back next week.
5 minutes each way?
Yes. Correct.
Blakey spirals it towards that very familiar flank.
I thought you were asking, is there time on, or if we're
coming back next
because
week.
like whether we play next score or something.
Gotcha. Yes.
I'm going to keep saying it. The uncontested disposal that Park Orchards crave is what South Belgrave are denying them.
Yep, that's absolutely right. Garner at the front of the ruck contest beat Keppel in that situation. Champa having to tackle now. Double tackle there along with Connor Hickey. He's feeling that is the South Belgrave man who I just lost sight of.
Free kick,
and it's going to be a holding one, I think, and it's going to go the way of Garner. This is Mitch. Kicks it to Dunstan. Yeah, I know, Barash, barely 15, if that.
It got short of the longer the ball held up.
I don't want to buy real estate off that umpire, thank you very much.
Luke Dunstan, he takes a bit of real estate in this situation. Oh, coming over the top, nearly a ride there, but Park Orchards recover the ball. Blakey sends it forward. Oh, it was an ill-directed kick, and it's Dunstan right there again. Takes the intercept.
He overcooked it there, Blakey.
Dunstan happy to play a little bit of tempo to just make sure that time might be against the Sharks. We have gone 16 minutes. He sends it high. Who are the Flyers? Keppel brings it to ground. Representation by Peters for the Saints. Magnano sets himself to take this one. Sorry, it was Heron. Price Inglis steals it. Tackled, however, just got the handball away, I guess. Coming up to meet it was Livingston. He's gone out of the game. Or punch forward by Windsor, just to gain territory. Kick off the deck. South Belgrave over the line.
They've had a second win in this term, have they? South Belgrave. Yep. They know which way they're kicking to, and they've had most of the territorial advantage in this quarter. So we're worried about them having to defend. They've done it the right way. Get it forward.
Yeah, 7-5 inside 50s final term.
So the ball in 60 metres from the goal, and the Suns had a beautiful position to be right in my eyes. So watch from the screen. Ground level, ball's bobbling around. Park Orchards kick out from Keppel. Clears the congestion for now. Bouncing balls close to line and out as Prozinak sees it over.
Nearly sees himself over.
And there's a bit of a crowd to save him. He's either got blood from his knee or a bit sore. He's going to come off either way, Posnick.
That's a blow if he stays off.
So it's obviously not a blood rule because it's a quick play on position. Park Orchard trying to run through the middle. Parsons finding a teammate. Now they're off and running. Kick inside 45. It's getting blown around everywhere. The defence under hurried pressure will be composed. Lou, look one way, look left. Then he rushes his kick. He's fortunate that he has a teammate there. It's been Muirhead standing at centre-half back. Thankfully, Graspit's in, and he's going to slow it down for the Saints, who lead by 7.
It's called Luxor Fortune.
Long ball to the wing. 2-on-2. Late to coming into it. McAuliffe. Park Orchards have got some good numbers now. Kick around the corner from Price Inglis. High up and under inside 50. Mark, that is a mark. Chest mark to Hickey. He read it beautifully, did Connor Hickey. Yan, you are within range. He did check himself as he was thought about a pass to the pocket, but he has to know he's within range. 50 metres out, left flank, right post, send it through.
Well, Tim Smith had a kick from here before, and if he didn't make the different distance, I'm thinking Hickey might struggle.
Big moment for Connor Hickey. Puts it to the left, and it never swings back. So it's a minor score. It's a goal the difference. We might have a draw at the end of normal time. 61 plays 67. 19 minutes gone.
We've got yet another close grand final in the EFNL. How lucky are we? Calderayo takes the mark in the pocket. Just taking some speed, some heat, some franticness off the ball. Garner the target, and the wind just blew it over in front of him. Connor Hickey again, who just missed that shot. Garner saying no, it was Josh Chappell's kick. Probably thinking that the big ruckman may not use it as well as Connor Hickey, who just kept it low. That was ostensibly a good kick in terms of technique, but in terms of decision making, he sent it to a South Belgrave player. So sending it high back to Tim Smith. They go. Flashing through was Whitnish. 2-on-1. What will Park Orchards do with that disadvantage? They're going to have to tackle. Downey spills it out to Champa. Off to Magnano. Bounced off his knee. Had to tackle. Ball up or ball in?
Ball up.
Ball up it will be. Bromley under a lot of pressure. Just one goal the difference. We are ticking into time on right now. Garner tackled, got the tap down. Tackle laid. Macrocarnis forced over the boundary line by Wind.
Well, it would have been harsh, but he never kicked it or hand passed it.
No.
And because there hasn't been many scores in this last quarter, I actually think there's only about 8 minutes left. I reckon there'll be 28-minute quarter here.
I think you're dead on
Where's
there.
the timekeeper? Within range for us?
So the tap down comes, flashing through, attempting it was Wilson. Repeat stoppages in Park Orchards forward line. South Belgrave defenders will have to be on guard.
So we've just hit time on now.
Garner goes again. Trying to rove it was Garner himself. Mark taken, Price Inglis. The target was Mazzone. It just cleared him, and Jacob Price Inglis will have a shot at goal.
Because as Ray knows, this will be a handy point, even if it's not a goal.
That's true. Premierships can be won by inches, and Jacob Price Inglis, one way or another, will slim the margin with this kick. You would expect. Sends it. It's a 52-metre task for him, but it's just the one behind. And how handy will that point be? I think we're going to find out in not very long.
Rash, they've got to get on the other side for shots.
They just haven't been listening to you, Gav.
No. They might have to take a risk and not have the shots. Go out, try to get in the middle with a mark, try to get on the right side where there is more open shot at it. As South Belgrave, they go long to the half-back, but as it has, the numbers at the back of the pack suit Park Orchards. Hand pass by Amir puts Parsons under pressure, and the pack forms around him, and it'll be held up at half forward for Park Orchards, half back for South Belgrave. Look at the state of play. 22 minutes gone. Final term, grand final, premiership up for grabs. Park Orchards 62, trail South Belgrave 67. It's going to be potentially in the forward line for a lot of the last few minutes. So will the Sharks get a shot at goal that goes through the middle? They'll need one to do so, to win. And they set up again from a boundary throw in. The wind just took it away from the ruck contest and went it straight out. So that is the influence of the conditions. Let's look at what the players can do from now on. Chappell versus Tucker. Rucks go at it. Good work by Tucker. Gets the front position because it drops short and the umpire says that's unfair, disadvantage. Sometimes I reckon you just got to let play go on. Whatever happens, the boundary throw in is what it is. But the umpire said, nah, too advantageous for the Saints ruckman. So it'll be another boundary throw in.
Park Orchards have won 5 boundary throwing clearances this quarter to zip.
That's a longer one. Now, at the ground level, Whitnish had one hand on it. He couldn't take it with himself or knock it to a teammate. So the white jumpers are keen to jump on the ball and sit on it. And if they sit on it for about 4 minutes, they'll be holding aloft a Premiership Cup. But Park Orchards, Whitnish again, kicks it from midair. Long ball into the pocket in the end. Bouncing ball. Jumper can't get into open spaces and he's pushed out of bounds by Young.
Just an update as well.
Yep.
Brosnack coming onto the ground as we speak. He's just run through a couple run-throughs at the moment. The trainers gave him all clear and he gave me the thumbs up. So looks like he's about to come on any second now.
He's the sort of man who can get out of tight positions. Whitnish is another. And another held up disputed ball in the forward line. So it's a ball up 30 metres out. 5-point margin. Are the Saints holding to that? But Park Orchards shot at goal. Champa. They went up. It was more hopeful than a cheer for a goal. Champa misses to the left. And there was beeps of horns like it was a premiership win. But it's a miss. Everyone, it's a miss. 4 points the difference. Park Orchards still trail.
The goal umpire not to get sucked in by the noise of affirmation.
I've got a feeling that might have been their last chance there, Park Orchards.
Still time.
Another 6.5 minutes to go, guys.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Well, that's plenty. Kane Young sends it down the ground. Taylor Garner with an important mark. McAuliffe comes off second best, and up bounces the former Roo.
He's kicked 2 goals too, but he's probably taken... It's some of the work he's done up the field has been sensational this afternoon.
He's evened contests that he's had no entitlement to do so. Sends it forward. Park Orchards end up with the ball, but also in tackles. That was Magnano. Ball up on the wing, right in front of us. We get a great look at this stoppage. Who's going to be on the move? Whitnish, no, shoved out of it. Trying to shove it over was South Belgrave. It's Taylor Garner again, just extracts the ball, wrenches it out of the Park Orchards' grasp, but over the boundary line.
Sorry, Darren, as well. Just two big rotations here. Kane Keppel just went on the ground. Brosnack shortly to follow, but they've been on the bench now for the last 5 minutes. So that's 2 of their best players.
Yeah, Kane Keppel's been big. Taylor Garner tried to control it to himself. Champa nearly stole it. Park Orchards just fosking for it under each other. South Belgrave were.
Looks like a scrum.
But that was unfortunate. They just didn't have an opportunity to get him on.
No.
Yep. Garner's feeling it. 4 quarters of hard, tough footy. 23 weeks of it too. So out it comes. Price Inglis in the middle, sends it forward. Opportunity Park Orchards, mostly white jumpers there. Standing underneath was Tim Smith, and the big man clamps it.
He just knows the right situation, where to go and play Tim Smith. This is why he's such a class footballer.
And he knows, of course, to send it to this part of the ground because that's where Park Orchards can get stuck and not kick goals from. Blake Simonson takes the mark, just as important as the one by Garner before.
Bar for his little 15-minute indiscretion, Simonson.
He's very good.
He's been very good.
Excellent. The former Berwick Springs man sends it to the centre wing. Garner was there, bounced off the head of one Garner or another. In goes Schaefer, lays the tackle on Dario, holding the ball. Well done by the vice-captain. 25, that's punishing. Caldorayo.
I don't think he did much.
Oh,
there,
no.
Have a shot, I think.
Be in range from here?
No, I don't think so.
Surely.
Zach Schaefer. Game could rest on his boot. The former North Ringwood man. 24 senior games for Park Orchards. Also the vice-captain.
Schaefer.
The number 77.
Right goalpost.
Could come up trumps for Park Orchards. He's towed it, though, to the top of the goal square. Big hands across by South Belgrave. Nothing doing. Wrapped up was wind, I believe. And Park Orchards will earn that stoppage in the forward 50 again.
Here we go again.
Have Park Orchards got a moment? They haven't tried to get a shot out of the pack. The umpire's going to call holding the ball, and it goes against Park Orchards because they grasped the ball. They didn't grasp the moment. And this man is standing up tall. The skipper took a mark before, and then the tackle that's won himself a free kick. Time is on his side. Tim Smith will go as long as he possibly can. It's 55, holding up in the wind. Big mark again for the Saints. Big mark again, and this time it's Taylor Garner, the full forward, says, I've got to make my moment at half-back. He's got a short pass on. He's going to go long as he can. Goes to the wing. It's all numbers with Park Orchards, but it's another mark for the Saints. It's another mark for the Saints, and he's gotten the old hamstring pull trick. I'll have to take my time, Will Dureo, but he gets up like he's the fittest man on earth. So the umpire says, got to have another kick. You can't play.
Park Orchards don't have a man on the mark. They do now.
He played the old I'm injured trick to buy time, and then he played on. The umpire said, let's just stop with the shenanigans and come back to the mark. Durea, 3 minutes to go in this grand final. It's a less than a kick in it, but it's in the hands of the Saints who lead on the scoreboard. They lead by 4 points. They don't have the numbers forward. Chappell takes the mark. The switch is on. This they'll have to go to the scoring side, the fat side of Pink's reserve. Through the middle, they'll go first all. Long ball through the middle. The Sun base the ground, but it's all Saints in defence. One of them being Young, but he can't keep a hand of it. It bobbles away from him. They reckon it's deliberate because he mucked around with the grasping of the ball, but it's gone off hands and out of bounds. One more shot at it, I reckon, have Park Orchards. 28 and a half minutes, 60 metres away from goal. Rucks go at it, punch forward by Chappell. Off the ground, will it be a mark? No! Drop ball in the forward line for the Sharks. The kick out clears, but how does it clear? It clears into the hands of Dunstan, and he rolls himself. He crocodile rolls out of bounds, and he's happy to see the boundary line.
Two of the big time players for South Belgrave have come to the fore in the last minute. Tim Smith and Taylor Garner. They've carried this side on their back in this last quarter.
Wind behind their backs, but they trail to Park Orchards. Kick goes forward, bouncing away from Prozenak. He's back on, and he might just have something special in his locker, but he sees it over the line. You can see.
If you wanted to pick one player to kick a goal, it'll be him in this moment.
They're needed in 2.5 minutes.
Ruck contest goes out of the back of the pack. South Belgrave have been valiant in this quarter. It's a throw. The tackle, and he didn't hand pass it. It's in the hands of a goal kicker in Blakey. He hasn't got a goal this game, but from 50 metres out right side, perfect place for a shot at goal.
He hasn't got a goal this year.
Could he be a hero?
What a moment to be a goal kicker. Mason Blakey, is this for a premiership? Long ball, it's dropped short, but there's going to be a mark. No. Defence are inspired by the moment, and they knock it out at bounce, and it's still within the scoring zone for Park Orchards. Never got the journey, did Blakey from 55.
I reckon there's got to be less than a minute here.
Less than a minute. Boundary throw in. Rucks go at it. It's around 20 players around it. Trying to get out of the congestion is Keppel. He's been held up. It'll be another ball up. 30 metres from goals. One kick through the middle will be a premiership for the Sharks, you think. South Belgrave holding on. Push off. No shot at goal. Results for the Sharks. Clearing kick is out of bounds on the full.
Who was there? Closest.
And who's going to take it? There's two of them.
Tom Wilson.
There's Makarakanis and Wilson. Tom Wilson takes the call. Right side, 45 metres out. Will it be a shot or a centering ball? Timekeeper is getting ready to press the button for the siren. We're a minute to go. So this kick could be the win. Tom Wilson from 50 metres out on the right side with the wind behind his back, pushing it right to left. Big moment for the Sharks. Premiership moment for the Sharks. It's in the hands, the cup is in the hands of the Saints. Wilson from 50 will have a shot. Long ball. It's long, it's long, it's long! It's missed. It has gone across face. There was a moment where the Saints were up, and now South Belgrave, sigh of relief.
Who's going to stand up for Park Orchards now? It wasn't Wilson.
It wasn't Wilson that time. Magnano's going to set himself. Clears the arc. Blakey was there. Sorry, Keppel it was. And we'll get a ball up. There needs to be some stoppage magic here from Park Orchards. Otherwise, the Saints will be heading up into Premier Division. Chappelle got caught underneath the ball. Blakey is there. Wrapped up Mazzone. Can he have another shot? Oh, it's holding the ball. It's holding the ball.
What a decision.
And Mason Blakey gets another chance.
Well, they needed some divine intervention here, Park Orchards. Have they got it?
All of these shots at goal have been around 55 metres out.
And if the siren could go here, that's going to put immense pressure here on Blakey.
Yeah, because he can't go off his line then.
No.
And he'll need to go off his line to get the journey.
It could be divine intervention, Brash, because the wind could spark up and help Blakey and the Sharks home here.
Right,
2025 in Division 1 rests on the boot of this man. It's straight, but it's going to fade. The mark, is it taken? Was it taken by Tyrese Liu?
Score.
Oh, it was a score. And they edge a little bit closer. Oh, but there's not much time. There's not going to be enough time left for behinds to do it. It was South Belgrave peppering away earlier in the game, and now it's Park Orchards.
I can't believe this. 2 days in a row.
Wow.
Long ball out. Can Park Orchard take a mark and have one more shot at it? They need to get a goal to win. It's South Belgrave holding on. Free kick. Saints have got it. Heaven sent. The whistle from the umpire over the shoulder. And Mazzoni will take all the time he's allowed with the clock ticking down to a final siren. South Belgrave lead by 2 points. Kick has been hurried now to the wing. Pack will go at it. Big punch, ground level. Who will win it? Picked off by Bart Ells, and he happily takes the tackle and soaks up time. Umpire says we'll stop time with a whistle.
Tell you what, 34 minutes. It's got to be one of the longest quarters in grand final.
20 seconds to go. Free kick in the ruck contest.
Gotta go.
Keppel's got to go. The skipper's got to go long. If they take a mark, they'll have one more shot. Big moments, and it's a Saint. It's a Saint, and that's the win. That's the win. Tim Smith, you're a hero.
Cheers, boys, cheers, we're from South Belgrave. Football is the game we play. We will keep on fighting back for the red, white and the black till we see the flag flying down our way.
South Belgrave premiers in Division 1 EFLNL 2025. They led by 8 points at three-quarter time. They trailed in this quarter, and against the wind they got 2 goals, and they held on for dear life, and the life is a premiership.
It was Leo Barriere. That mark at the Everest Simpson, unbelievable. And they had multiple chances in that last 2 to 3 minutes, and they hold on, and that would have, what was it, 35-minute last quarter. That would have felt like an hour for those South Belgrave boys, particularly that last 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Wild stuff there. What a defence by South Belgrave.
Yes.
They were under pressure constantly. The last 10, maybe 15 minutes, I don't know, it felt like a long time to me, of the game was all Park Orchards attacking, and they just couldn't break through for that golden goal.
Tim Smith took 2 goal-saving marks, because if it was in the hands of the opposition, they were done when he took those marks.
Yep.
And then equally, Taylor Garner took 3 fantastic marks also in that forward, in that back 50 when they were surging as well.
Yeah, those link-up marks were priceless, weren't they? Just to be able to clear those lines. And although it inevitably came back for Park Orchards, let's go down to the boundary side. Blake Tennant, he's got a very happy Saint with him, I'm sure.
How good is this? A cutthroat final, grand final. This great South Belgrave team, 2007, they were in Division 4. Now they're going back to Premier. What is this? How does this feeling go? I know it's just happened, but what does this mean?
It means obviously to the club a heap. 23 was hard for the boys in the club, undefeated and losing. Last year, another crack at it, went short again. So they've been in the hunt for a long time, this playing group and this club, and they deserve this. They've earned it. And, another game in the EFL goes down to the wire. coach killers, these ones, absolute coach killers.
You're gonna enjoy this one, definitely, and enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Blake. First year at the helm of South Belgrave Christian Heights, and he gets a premiership. What a story that is. They fell short last year, as he mentioned, going out in straight sets. They fell short, but even closer the year before with a 5-point loss to Mitcham.
Well, the fact is they might not have been underdogs when they entered the finals race, but at three-quarter time, they were underdogs, even though they led by 8.
Yeah.
Because we thought Park Orchards were going to outscore them by at least a couple of goals.
What a wild game footy is to have that sort of storyline just change on a dime within a game.
And it wasn't like Park Orchards didn't have their chances either. In
Yep.
the, in the
They had
last
3
quarter.
set shots.
Yeah, and
Four
you
set
can't,
shots.
you can't say that chances were going begging for, or the chances that went begging lost it for either team, because look at the scoreline, 8-17 to 8-19. That's disastrous goal kicking
Well,
by
both
teams.
sides, yeah, that's right. And I guess that's the one thing that probably South Belgrave could have been further up going into that last quarter. And obviously we got the scenes on, unfortunately, for the Park Orchards camp there. But Blake's got another interview.
Just with the man at the moment, Tim Smith. The man at the moment. Talk about that. That is a Leo Barry sort of mark there. And you did a terrific job out there. Terrific game. Captain of this great footy club. You're now a dual premiership player at this great footy club. So what does this mean to you and the playing group?
Oh, mate, it's just a show of what the little club from up in South Belgrave is here to prove to everyone that, mate, we've got a heart full of gold up there and everyone really loves the whole club and everyone gets around everyone in the team. And, mate, it's just an unbelievable feat for where we are and what we have achieved. And, I thought we were, stiff in a couple of areas, but today we just really proved what we're up to. So,
Tim, 8 points down up at three-quarters time there.
Yeah.
I know the feeling around the group, particularly all the supporters, that you were still a chance. So 34-minute last quarter.
Yeah.
So it must have sounded
Huge.
like an hour.
Huge last quarter, and they just kept attacking and attacking and attacking. And thank God we just had a bit of will and grit, and the boys just kept soldiering on until the final siren. So I can't be more proud of the group and what they achieved there, far out.
And you've been there a long time, so it must have been a long time dream almost. It's come true now.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable feat for the boys, and I can't be more proud of this group, mate, I'll tell you what.
And you must put out also to the committee that, it's got this group together, because it is a class group and they've done the job.
Yeah, the club at South Belgrave is a full, mate, everyone in the community around there follows the club and really gets behind it, and I can't thank those people enough. It means the world to me, and that's how we did it.
Correct.
Thanks, boys. Well done.
That was Tim Smith. What a hero, taking many marks in defence, but that last one with the siren sounding, if it was a shark, the result would have gone the other way.
Tim Leo Barry Smith.
And we've just got to consider South Belgrave, the torment that they had of those interrupted seasons. It interrupted their passage to the Premier Division. But now this premiership, they as a club and as a team that for 6 years has been quite dominant with wins and losses, they deserve to be in the Premier Division of the Eastern Football League.
Oh, 100%. And they were, and we also probably leaned toward Park Orchards after that second semi-final, but they've had a dominant year, and the home and away season was massive. It was always going to be, what was the big test coming into this final series, and there was some questions over some players, and the players who we did have some question marks if they were going to be 100%
Boundary
fit,
boys.
they were better than that. They were some of the best players on the ground. Back to the boundary, Ray Baird.
Got one of the stars of the last quarter, Taylor Garner here. Mate, that last quarter, 35-odd minutes, it must have felt like a lifetime. But some Tim Smith and yourself down there, great defensive job.
Oh, mate, we were just hanging on for dear life. Mate, incredible last quarter. What more can you say? They had their chances, but we also had ours. And fortunately, we got the bickies today, but I don't know. I'm lost for words, to be honest. Awesome.
Anyway, look, I know it's been a long time, and of course you got your two brothers in the side, so it must mean the three boys are very pleasing for your dad. They all played in the one premiership.
Oh, for sure, mate. Yeah, it's obviously so good playing with your brothers every week. At the same time, Mum and Dad, they come here every week in, week out. Yeah, it's pretty emotional, to be honest. It's beyond the family as well. It's like the whole club. It's run so pleased that, we've taken them for playing Premier next year.
Back down as well. Clay Tucker and Tyrese Lou. It's a question. Tyrese injured last year. But what is this to you, mate? You're now a premiership player after a really tough 24 season. What does this mean now?
Yeah, wow. I got no words. This is it's massive. Obviously came back early from the injury. Did a lot of rehab and it's just got no words. It's been great. The boys have helped me through the whole year, and to get back and start performing again it's good.
And also we might go to Clay as well. Clay, what a pickup you've been. You come from Hawthorn. Now you're a premiership player at South Belgrave. What does this one mean to you?
It's only my first year at the club, but fucking you can tell how much it means to everyone, and I love the boys, and couldn't do it at a better place, so I'm so happy.
I followed your career at the Eastland Rangers. You know, you're a pretty dominant player. Mid-season pickup at Hawthorn and, Box Hill. You've pretty much been the recruit of the year, but, you've obviously seen through a lot of South Belgrave footy, of course, but what does this mean? You're going to be playing in Premier Division next year?
Fucking piss!
sorry about that. And you're going to be playing in Premier Division footy next year, which is even better.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty blessed to be playing with the likes of all these boys, and we've got a great squad. Everyone puts in, week out. You don't go the whole season playing like that without this team, so I'm just really proud of the boys and keen to celebrate now.
That's South Belgrave.
We'll keep a lid on it, we'll see.
Well, great work by our boundary riders. Well, just before we move on, we'll just thank 98.1 for having us on the broadcast team for the EFLNL Grand Final Division 1. They might leave us soon, so we might not get the medal presentation, but at 5:30 it looks like we might have an end to the Radio Eastern broadcast, but we'll still have YouTube and Facebook to broadcast on, and we'll continue on with the jubilant scenes for South Belgrave. A well-deserved premiership. We know the heartache they suffered last year, but they've deserved this win today, and they fought as hard as any side can do to achieve what they've achieved.
Oh, it's a fantastic story, and to get their chance to go up to Premier Division. And as you said, 2 years ago, they were on the big stage of Grand Final, and they fell short by less than a kick. And that was the year they were undefeated going into that game. Yep. I felt like this year they were better. Yeah. I know they lost a couple and they lost that semi-final, but at their best, some of those pickups, and someone like Tyrese Lou, we've got to remember, obviously missed the end of last season, didn't play in that final series. That's a massive loss. To have him come back in the side this year, have someone like Clay Tucker, they get Luke Dunstan in.
Taylor Garner, I don't think he played the final series either.
Correct, the Garners were in and out. They got a lot of consistency out of them this year, so everything seemed to really fall into place.
3 of the 6 best players, I reckon, Young, Lou, and Muirhead, because they had to soak it up. They had to be as composed as they could be because they were under the pump.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Downey got beaten.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, on the day he got beaten. Yeah. I do love the story of Taylor Garner. He could have been an AFL star, I think, with the skill and agility he had. Just couldn't get his body right. Came to South Belgrave, pretty continuously injured throughout his time there as well, but he's put together a 14-game season, I think 15 games now, and he gets a premiership, which he's been through so much with his body to try and earn, and I think that's a great story here today. And he played such a big role, kicked the 2 goals, both in the first quarter, of course, but was massive as a link-up option down the line, taking incredible contested marks.
I'm just having a look at this South Belgrave crowd. It's amazing the amount of people, the support they've got up there. Park Orchards are no slouches either.
Oh, no.
I've got to say...
Good afternoon, all.
Time for the presentations. The best and fairest.
Good afternoon, all.
Will be announced soon. The best on ground, should I say so.
Just a moment, boys. Okay, just a moment. We're just going to get started. Just a little bit of quiet, please.
Come on, Rocky. Get him going.
We said it was a clash of the Titans, and what a grand final it was. Welcome to the Division 1 Grand Final presentations. Commiserations to Park Orchards Football Club, but a big congratulations to South Belgrave Division 1 Premiers for 2025. I'd like to start today's presentations by welcoming the CEO of the EFLNL, Jai Bond, who will present the Gordon Parker Best on Ground Medal. And it's a very big congratulations from the South Belgrave Football Club, number 2, Tim Smith.
What a lion-hearted. This guy just oozes class. He's one of the gems of our competition.
That mark.
Yep,
One unbelievable final quarter. Unbelievable.
We'll now start the medal presentation. Number 1, Ricardo Dario. Number 3, Taylor Garner. Number 6, Calvin Dario. Number 7, Kane Young. Number 8, Krista Gaz. Number 11, Daniel Wines. Number 11, Daniel Wind. Number 12, Sean Bartels. Number 15, Charlie Peters. Number 19, Damien Garner. Number 20, Sam Muirhead. Number 21, Ryan Silva. Number 22, Will Bromley. Number 23, Mitch Garner. Number 25, Nick Kelly. Number 27, Roger Mazzone. Number 30, Clay Tucker. Number 31, Blake Simonson. Number 34, Luke Dunstan. Number 35, Hunter Chapman. Number 37, Kai Windsor. And number 40, Tyrese Liu. Medals now presented to the support staff. Trainer, Phil Arnold. Phil, if you're there. Runner, Brad Carroll. Team manager, Wayne Hugland. Assistant coach, Brad Sandstrom. Other assistant coach, Brad Flower. I'll now call on our best on ground, number 2, Tim Smith. Captain. And of course, the coach of the South Belgrave Football Club, Christian Height. Tim Smith. Tim. I'll ask now Christian for a couple of words.
Thank you. What a coach killer that one was. Park Orchards found it really difficult to coach against you guys this year. Got a lot of love for that playing group, the whole club. You're doing everything so well. As seen today with your 19s reserves and your seniors playing off. So you guys keep cracking at it. I know you will. You're a great group of guys. And good luck next year, guys. Well done in season. Let's hear it for Park Orchards. To the South Belgrave Club, community, you deserve this. You've had a couple of years, been in the hunt. You've worked your ass off to get here again. And now here's the reward. I love my time this year, getting back into local footy. Couldn't have had a better group of guys. Played 43 players this year in the seniors, including 7 under 19. So we've got plenty of depth. We're really looking forward to the challenge next year now, and we're really going to celebrate this. You deserve it, boys. Well done.
Thank you, Christian. I'll ask now Jai Bond to come up to present the Premiership Cup to the 2025 Premiers.
Cheers, boys, cheers, we're from South Belgrave. Football is the game we play. We will keep on fighting back for the red, white and the black till we see the flag flying down our way. Cheers, boys, cheers, we're from South Belgrave. Football is the game we play. We will keep on fighting back for the red, white and the black till we see the flag flying down our way. Down our way.
Ryan Long, Ray Baird, Blake Tennant. Fantastic job, team. It was a great game to call.
Certainly was, Gav. I can't believe it. how blessed we've been this weekend. Two massive contests decided by 3 points in total. Unheard of, really. Absolutely unheard of.
So we'll sign off from YouTube and Facebook with this statement. South Belgrave, the premiers for Division 1 in 2025. Congratulations, the Saints. Tim Smith, the hero, best on ground.